address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting, or call 619-679-9001 prior to the start of the meeting. Telephone line opens 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have no callers. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining Employee Negotiations, Agency Negotiators Fagan, Friedman, and Fulfrost, LLP, and Adam Silva and McNally, LLP. Employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association of Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Settlement Agreements. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2023040715. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2023050023. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 20230-50917. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2023070337. And Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case number 2023080040. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk.
All right, thank you, President Ugarte. No fun stuff today, guys. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2023050-917. On the motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the settlement by the following vote: Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Tamayo. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 20230500023. On motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Bishop, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: Tamayo, Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 20230400715. On motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Tamayo, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Tamayo, Bishop. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 20230800040. On motion by Member Tamayo, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: Tamayo, Dominguez Cervantes, Fernandez, Bishop, Ugarte. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 20230700337. On motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Fernandez, the Board approved the settlement agreement by the following vote: Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Tamayo. Government Code Sections 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining, Employee Negotiations. Agency negotiators Fagan Freeman and Fullfrost LLP and Adam Silva and McNally LLP. Employee organizations: Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association of Chula Vista. Grievance Settlement Agreement, Transitional Kindergarten MOU, grievance number 22-234. On motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Fernandez, the Board approved the grievance settlement agreement, Transitional Kindergarten. The ayes are Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Tamayo. Read this whole thing again. It's long. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining, Employee Negotiations. Agency negotiators Fagan Freeman and Fullfrost LLP and Adam Silva and McNally LLP. Employee organizations: Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association of Chula Vista. Grievance Settlement, Article 10.3.1, number 222-23. Motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Bishop. The Board approved the grievance settlement agreement to Article 10.3.1. The ayes are Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Tamayo, Bishop. And that's it, President, public.
Thank you, Clerk Fernandez. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Ms. Riggs on the dais, and if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you, and I would like us to observe a moment of silence for former student at Liberty Elementary and Eastlake High School student Julian Blazing. Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Special recognition, awards, and honors. Recognition of the 2023 Positive Behavior Intervention and Support Award recipient, Ms. Rochelle Carroll.
Thank you. I am very, very pleased to be able to announce that 38 sites received Positive Behavior Intervention and Support, or PBIS, recognition from the California PBIS Coalition in 2023. The requirements to receive recognition are a bit more challenging than in the past. The main data point is the score on the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, which is a tool that measures the fidelity of implementation of the core features of PBIS across all three tiers. Tier 1 being school-wide, Tier 2 targeted interventions and supports for some students, and Tier 3 intensive interventions and supports. This is the first time we had schools receiving platinum recognition. But before we recognize those schools and call them up, we'd also like to announce and publicly recognize our gold recognition schools, Joseph Casillas, Castle Park, Chula Vista Hills, Hazel Goes Cook, Harborside, Ann and William Hedenkamp, Juarez Lincoln, J. Calvin Lauterbach, Thurgood Marshall, John J. Montgomery, Saburo Muraoka, Olympic View, Palomar, and Fred Rohr. Those were our gold recognition schools. Let's give them a big hand. Our silver recognition schools were Clearview, Discovery Charter, Fahari L. Jeffers, Feaster Charter, Myrtle S. Finney, Liberty, Los Altos, Salt Creek, Sunnyside, Valle Lindo, Valley Vista, Veterans, and Wolf Canyon. Our bronze recognition is Enrique S. Camarena, Carl H. Kellogg, Otay, Greg Rogers, Rosebank, Burton C. Tiffany, and Vista Square. So on behalf of the Board of Education, the President will acknowledge the 4 school sites that received a platinum recognition from the California PBIS Coalition with a certificate of recognition. So this evening we are going to be recognizing Hailcrest, Heritage, yes, Lillian J. Rice, and Loma Verde. All right. Thank you, President Ugarte.
Board comments.
Congratulations. I think I have this on. Congratulations. You worked hard. It was recognized, and we'd like to also extend our appreciation for your hard work. Thank you.
When I first started on the board, we were looking at a lot of bronzes. And so this is absolutely thrilling that we are at this point where we have 4 schools at the platinum level. That's so incredible. Great job, you guys. PBIS is so important. It's such a great program to really help our students in a positive way. I know that's like trite, but it's so true that the kids really respond well to this program. And it's such a great night to see so many of you really succeeding at this and helping our students. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done, past and present. And we really congratulate you, and we're so proud of the work.
Congrats and thank you. It's an incredible amount of work to implement a program like this with fidelity for a whole year, let alone at the platinum level. That's just incredible. So thank you for all of that. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. The commitment to this work is outstanding by several of our schools, even the ones that achieve bronze, right? Because that is a lot of work to just achieve bronze. But more than that, it's not the award. It's the lives that you're changing and impacting. As our superintendent will tell you, is that motivation that drives the work that we're doing every day. And yes, it's nice to have that recognition today, but the recognition, you see it in your schools every day, that you see those kids that you have changed their lives. So thank you for that inspiring work that you continue to do, and my gratitude goes out to you to continue doing that work. Thank you.
Everything they said. Now, I'm especially grateful that we were able to call up the staff members that were here, because as much as we want to recognize the school and the leadership, it's about the teachers that are doing the work. And so as a classroom teacher, I know how hard this is. And as everyone said, the amount of work that you put into this and the lives that you're changing and having an impact on make a difference. So thank you very much. Congratulations to everyone. All right. Communication to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Miss Angela Reed.
You changed sides on me.
I know, I was just going to say that.
So good evening, thank you. Classified employment is in a crisis. For too long, the district has relied on staff minimally trained in behavior support to educate our students with the highest needs. Rather than investing in proactive solutions such as competitive pay, professional development, and ensuring adequate staffing levels, time and again, the district reacts glacially with bare minimum effort that fails to address immediate crises, leaving classrooms stranded to solve the district's staffing inadequacies by themselves. To make matters worse, necessary services are gatekept by district leadership behind onerous application and review processes, making them so slow and difficult to obtain that small student behavioral problems grow into massive issues. Certificated and classified staff are burned out, stressed, frustrated, and begging for help. So we end up in scenarios like last month, where staff in an STC classroom all took a personal day due to stress. While CVCO does not condone their actions, the classroom staff's cry for help resulted in leadership finally taking notice of the dire circumstances these employees were working under daily and added behavioral staff to the classroom. Seems to have worked. While I applaud the professional development being offered next week for paraprofessionals, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Professional development is not an optional perk. It is a fundamental aspect of quality employment alongside adequate and competitive compensation. 3 one-hour training sessions twice a year is not enough. Certificated staff enjoy, at a minimum, 22 hours of professional development per year, but just 6 hours for paraprofessionals. Speaking of competitive compensation, our transportation department, our bus drivers, are understaffed by a third understaffed. Our district cannot compete with other districts who are offering fair compensation at market rates while we continue to stagnate and lose qualified employees. School staff are overworked when coworkers use their protected sick leaves, as they have a right to, because there are not enough qualified subs to work. Potential future employees will not work for free. With the pay scale for classified at barely exceeding minimum wage, especially in CNS, noon duties, and instructional assistants, we cannot fill vacancies. I have asked for additional training days. I have asked for fair compensation. I have asked for robust professional development for all employees in the district. It is time to take CVCO's demands seriously before more classrooms reach crisis, before more bus drivers leave, before facilities is gutted, before school offices are empty. Our critical classified support staff, our future, are worth investing in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Chula Vista educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Good evening. I'm happy to say that I feel much better talking with you about bargaining than the last time that I stood here. Without taking away from the efforts of the district's team, I am grateful to this board and to Dr. Reyes for taking a more active role in the direction of negotiations. A huge accomplishment was coming to an understanding on transfer language that recognizes the value and honors the experience of our current employees. We look forward to our next session in October, when we will present a wages proposal. It is important to attract and retain the highest qualified staff to Chula Vista and ensure that it is the best place to be. Currently, we are number 33 in the list of compensation amongst other 47 districts and charters in our county. That certainly does not sound like the best place to be. The cost of health benefits is already outrageous, and we're facing a big increase in cost for the following year for staff that are covering their family. That represents about a 10% pay cut compared to those that are working in districts with full coverage for benefits. As an outlier district, we need to be competitive with surrounding districts in our compensation as well as in our working conditions. There are a few issues affecting our working conditions that I would like to bring attention to you tonight. The district's social media recently highlighted our VAPA program very proudly, as they should. However, our VAPA teachers continue to be treated as substitutes. When one group of students receives 5 hours of enrichment opportunities in a week and another class in that same campus, same grade level, might receive 90 minutes, there's a problem. Substitutes should be used to cover classrooms, not VAPA teachers, impact teachers, or other staff that are being pulled from their duties to cover classrooms. The problem is that we are currently offering the lowest pay to our subs in the South Bay. Another issue that our staff is facing this year is the learning curve of new curriculum. We are at the end of Q1 and the phonics materials arrived last week. It also took weeks for some teachers to receive their math materials. And I know nobody works harder in this district than Rochelle, but this does not fall on the shoulders of one person. A district this size needs to be better organized when taking on 3 new programs in a year. We don't expect the professionals to do their work without proper equipment. Why would we expect that from our teachers? And speaking of new curriculum, professional development is needed to ensure that we're getting the most out of these programs to meet our standards. As I mentioned before, we have a huge learning challenge in having enough a huge challenge in having enough coverage for teachers in a district this size. So we are following a trainer of trainer models to trickle down the professional development to all staff. This is a change in our working conditions and has not been brought to the bargaining table. It is a less than ideal model that we are using to train our staff on ILT work, science, math, and phonics. It is a full day of training that is being received at the district that needs to be condensed into a 45-minute chunk of time. We know that the teachers at the school sites are receiving watered down professional development. If the 1/3 time of collaboration for admin is 30 minutes, then how are we supposed to squeeze a 45-minute training that's already been watered down into that time? This is not building capacity or creating the best learning experience for our students. But the largest barrier to student learning continues to be behaviors. Not only are students not learning what they when they have to evacuate the class on a regular basis, but it also poses a safety concern for students as staff. Tonight, you recognize 38 schools that are doing great work around PBIS in Tier 1 and 2. But what about Tier 1 supports? CVE has brought this concern up repeatedly. I have met with almost anyone that will listen to me in the leadership of this district, but I keep getting different messages. It seems that there's no clear understanding or plan on what to do with a violent student in crisis. At the Safety Committee on August 28th, I asked for a joint meeting including Jose Cortez, Jason Romero, Sharon Casey, and Sergio Campos to create an outline that would be consistently followed across the district in these situations. I followed up with an email, but I have gotten no response. I brought it up again last week during another Safety Committee meeting, and I still haven't heard anything. Meanwhile, our staff is getting hurt, children are afraid to come to school, and the learning is interrupted. This situation is not sustainable. I have spent all quarter making this topic a priority and still have no answers. Trustees, we need you to act now. Our working conditions are our students' learning conditions, and right now those conditions are not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Oral communications. The oral communications section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting, or call 619-679-9001 prior to the start of the meeting. The telephone line opens 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. And I'm going to call you up in threes so you know when your time is up or coming up. We have Robin Alcoba, Parisa Hill, and Tanya Williams. I think 9. No, 6.
Hi, good evening. My name's Robin Alcoba, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my son, Elliot Alcoba. On July 19, 2023, he started his first day of kinder SDC in a classroom that was bare bones and had no permanent credentialed or CPI certified teacher. For the next 2 weeks, Elliot was bullied and assaulted by 2 boys in his class, which resulted in 4 documented nurse office visits and 2 additional undocumented assaults that Elliot shared with me. He sustained 6 injuries in the first 16 days of school, which averages to 1 injury for every 2.5 days. These do not include additional incidents that were not witnessed. Those physical injuries range from his head, back, and face, aside from the emotional damage that he received. After the second injury, I escalated my deep concerns for Elliot's safety and well-being to the principal, and was assured that action would be taken, and one-on-one support would be given to the main aggressor. Days after that conversation, Elliot was targeted 2 more times, sending him back to the nurse's office. I also learned and witnessed that same day during my scheduled drop into the class, the aggressor was never separated from my son, Elliot. In fact, they continue to be next to each other in the same small group rotation side by side. That same afternoon, I also placed a call to the school district and was referred to the special ed director. I shared the background and severity of the unaddressed issues, along with my concerns for the schools and the principal's negligence and lack of accountability. I assured more support would be sent to the classroom. I asked for a resolution for reassurance that Elliot would be safe when he goes to school every day, but none was ever provided. My son and his classmates should never have been placed in a classroom or school that was not ready to open, not fully staffed to protect or educate, especially those with special needs, IEPs, and 504s. Elliot is currently struggling to reach his Q1 IEP goals because of these occurrences. Elliot's safety, mental health, and well-being was never taken seriously. The principal, school, and school district showed zero accountability, offered no real resolution to protect Elliot, and showed a blatant disregard towards his IEP. There needs to be a better system in place to take all kids' safety seriously and to protect them from harm and any form of bullying, instead of uprooting them from their current classroom and school and placing them in an entirely new school. My son Elliot should not be afraid to return to school, and he should not feel that being hit by another child is okay. I wanted to share and create my awareness about the lack of support, safety, and supervision we've experienced. The way Elliot's safety concerns were dismissed and how flippant the principal was is unacceptable, and needs to be addressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. President Ugarte? I apologize. I couldn't hear our last speaker at the very beginning. Could I ask a follow-up question?
No.
I couldn't hear the beginning. Okay. Can you please send a note to the secretary with the name of the school and the years in question, or the time in question? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Parisa Hill?
Hi, my name is Parisa Hill. I'm a TK mom and parent volunteer at Sunnyside Elementary. This is Chanel Espinoza. She's also a parent at Sunnyside, and she has 2 children that attend. The following issue was brought to my attention by a fellow TK mom in mid-August, that there is not enough supervision for the TK Kinder special ed lunch and play period. I was on campus last Thursday, September 7th, from approximately 10:45 to 11:40 a.m. and witnessed 1 adult supervising 3 classes, approximately 68 general education students, and 2 aides supervising 10+ special ed students. The interaction between the TK and TK children and the special education children needs close monitoring due to their young ages, but also because the special ed class presents a unique set of challenges. I know my son, 4 years old, recounts a story last week where one special ed student held him down at lunchtime, and he said that the teacher had to blow the whistle. At the time, I wasn't worried about it, but after observing the interaction between the classes, it's clear to me that this is not a safe and free environment, and one would argue the lack of supervision has created a hostile environment for our youngest of students. Concerns about safety of the students have been brought up and include but are not limited to access to bathrooms, choking while eating, physical boundaries, and assistance opening food and beverage items. Additionally, our STAR, TK, and Kinder teachers at Sunnyside feel conflicted and guilty if they take a lunch with the lack of supervision because they care. To the members of the board, this is an issue I have been following for over a month. Within a month's time, I hoped Principal Arancibia and Assistant Superintendent Ms. Riggs would have made progress following our phone call and in-person conversations, yet the situation has become increasingly worse. On behalf of the concerned parents, I'm again requesting that the district assign and observe and monitor and assess the TK Kinder and special ed lunch and play period at Sunnyside Elementary. We also request that the noon duty supervisor position be reevaluated by HR in terms of pay, as these positions have posted at minimum wage, $15 to $20 an hour. After taxes, That doesn't account for very much. And also reassess the broken up hours in order to incentivize and retain school staff. As of, as of today, there's 28 vacancies district-wide, and this is a safety and liability issue. Thank you for your commitment and your time.
Thank you. Tanya Williams.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Williams, and I just have a question because I'm getting mixed answers about this. Our parents and grandparents are allowed to volunteer in the classrooms. And the reason I ask, because I know that there's a lot of things that's happening in the classrooms, and some things can be resolved if we have parents' involvements in the classrooms. I know teachers have to deal a lot with disruptions in their classrooms and disruptive children, and it's causing a distraction for the learning environment. So I know I have a grandson. He's in the school. He was in the Chula Vista district, and then he went to another district, and my daughter's upset. She's getting him back in the Chula Vista district because it was better. But he's developmentally delayed, and he's the extreme spectrum. So he can't talk, he can't walk, he's 4 years old. And we wanted to go in the classroom just to be able to help out or tell them who Joshua is, because he can't speak for himself. They don't know everything that's going on with him. And so she just really had a hard time, and it's just been really stressful. So I just want to get, some schools say you can, some schools say you can't. I just want to get an answer. Are parents allowed to volunteer in the school? I know when we had COVID, they weren't, but are parents allowed to come and volunteer in the school? And it's a benefit to, it's a benefit to the kids, because kids, usually their behavior improve, their learning improve, their attitudes improve when they know that sometimes their parents can come and volunteer in the classroom. So that is my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, can you make sure that your telephone number is given to our administrative assistants? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers. Kathy Rodriguez, Jessica Brown, and Sarah Walrose Donato.
Hi, so my name is Kathy Rodriguez. I'm speaking for classified student attendance. I'm here basically to say that we're understaffed, especially in the more severe SDC classrooms. We have no coverage. We have no subs. Subs are getting paid $15 an hour for doing IA and SA positions. I have subs telling me straight out they don't want to be in our classroom because they don't want to get hit, bit, chasing kids, and doing diapers for the same pay. It's a safety issue. We have aides that are injured who are in no duty. They have to stay home. So their one-on-ones are not being taken care of the way that they should be. They're not being with their person. So that makes the rest of the aides work double and triple. So we are as well getting injured. I don't think they're in compliance with their SKIAs, because these kids deserve a one-on-one. It's in their IEPs. They have to have it. But if we don't have the coverage, what can we do? And then we have agency people who are being sent in severe classes who can't diaper kids. And most of them, honestly, they don't know how to treat our kids. They don't have any clues. I'm thinking they're behavior specialists. They have no idea. We're babysitting them. It's very sad. I'm sorry, I get really nervous. It's a safety issue. It really is, and we're all getting hurt. So subs, basically, they don't have representations. They're not with our unions. But $15 an hour, you can make more at Hobby Lobby. I mean, people are working at McDonald's. Our kids are getting paid more than us. It's not a living wage, and we're getting injured. So I don't know what else to do. But like I said, subs don't get represented. $15 an hour is not appetizing enough for them to do what we do. being straight out said. They don't want to do SA positions. We don't have coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Brown?
Yes, my name is Jessica Brown, and she kind of said it all. Back in Angie, 100%, it seems like Angela Reed is the only one that can get anything done around here, and we beg and we plead, and y'all want to go ahead, preschools and all schools and TK, and what about the staffing? I mean, staffing. What about it? We can't get subs, and I know because I sub $15.50 an hour. Come on, Chula Vista District. Come on. Come on. 2011, I got hired on. That's what it was back then. $15.50 an hour. How can you live on that? Single mom. I am a single mom. You can't do it. And believe me, it's not like I want to be part-time. I've applied, and I've applied for all attendance help. Salt Creek, open position. Hey, I'm interviewing tomorrow. I've applied, and you guys just want to hire brand new subs? Why? So you could bring them in at the lower rate rather than me on longevity. So it's just easier. It's easier. But hey, let's open up more schools. Let's do this. Let's do that. Come on, Chula Vista District. We're one of the biggest. Take care of our staff. And I'm here for all classified staff, all of them, because I work, I'm covering this, that, everything else, and I sub. I'm subbing for $15.50 an hour. You know why? Because I have longevity, because I care, and because I have a heart. That's why. There's people that call me to sub. I'm there. I'm going to help. You know why? Because teamwork makes the dream work. Not because of the pay. I'll tell you that right now. It's not okay. It's not okay. And Angela, anything I want done, I got to go to Angela to get it done. Emails, talking about emails, not getting response, not this, not that. It's just, come on, please. They don't have enough coverage in the classrooms, but hey, let's go ahead and open more schools, and let's go ahead and add more classrooms and more students. Yeah, I mean, hey, the more the merrier. Why? Because that's income. That's income. Come on, we got to take care of our people. It has to be the staff, and I'm telling you, we can't get subs. I've been in attendance health position for 13 years now, part-time, mind you. But you can't get subs. Who wants to come to work for $15.50 an hour? It's hard. It's hard. Please do something about it. Something's got to give, and Angela's the only one that can get stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Walrose Donato, could you tell me?
Yeah, so my name is Sarah Walrus Donato, and I'm the speech language pathologist at Valle Lindo. I'm also the union representative for all the speech language pathologists within our district. Tonight I want to address the board to be very clear about the needs of our students. I grew up in this district, and I want to be also very clear about how deeply I care about the students in our communities, how important it is for me that our students are able to communicate effectively because their thoughts, their feelings, and their ideas matter, and they deserve to be heard. At this point, I'm concerned that our students cannot get the quality speech and language services that they deserve. I know the school board wants to be made aware of the lack of a caseload cap for speech language pathologists. A reasonable caseload cap would be 55 for first and up and 40 for kinder and below. This is what the union is asking for. Many SLPs within our district, however, have caseloads above 65. Some are even reporting caseloads in the 70s. When the union first proposed this article, I was shocked at the district's response, which was to completely cross out the proposal which would have eliminated all language of a caseload cap. In the latest bargaining round, the district proposed language which is almost identical to our current contract, which is an average caseload of 55 across all SLPs in the district. This would not prevent, and does not prevent currently, SLPs from having high caseloads. San Diego Unified currently has a caseload cap of 55. They are also paid more. A caseload average is not in the best interest of our students, and our students deserve better. Our students deserve a hard cap of 55 for first and up and 40 for kinder and below. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral presentations and written reports. District Safety Health Update, Mr. Romero. Two on this one, Yeah, this.
Good evening, President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, our governing board members and community. It's my pleasure this evening to present our safety update to the governing board and community. So just a quick update on our security. With our SOBO group, we've completed 43 of our school sites. And this is the one-on-one visitations where we're going, where we go through, check every door, check all the windows, check all our locks, look at our ingress and egress and make sure that we've managed all of our security safety items at our school sites. We're almost at the point where we're going to complete this project, and upon completion, we're going to be providing a detailed report to the board and to each of our school sites, a report of recommendations from the SOBO group. I know I've said this many times, the SOBO group isn't a vendor selling a product. They're selling ideas and concepts on how to make our schools safer. Lockdown drills. So our lockdown drills that are happening at our school sites are safety security drills in which we have in collaboration with our SROs in Chula Vista PD and our safety manager, Jose Cortez, where we go into school sites and we perform a lockdown drill to make sure that our practices meet the latest and greatest in safety standards. So we've completed 81% of those, so 41 schools have been completed. And this is a drill that includes evaluation to ensure all doors are locked, windows are latched, window coverings are closed, lights, TV monitors, and computers are turned off, and classrooms are randomly entered to ensure students and staff are in proper placement. One of the things that we go through with when we open our doors and we go through, we make sure that the students are in the location which is the safest if there was to ever be a shooter coming on campus. So students and teachers are taught where to put their students to make sure they're in the safest areas possible. The next thing is starting in October, we are launching the WeTip anonymous crime reporting. We've talked about this at great length, and it was adopted at our last board meeting, and we're going to be implementing it for October. So all Chula Vista staff, students, and our parent community will be able to give anonymous reports on the web, text or QR codes, and there's a dedicated phone line with the trained and qualified personnel that will take these tips and then refer them to the either district representative or site representative if it involves a single school site. And this is also provides access to nationwide hotlines, things like suicide prevention, any crisis management that needs to happen. WeTip incorporates all of those items. And just since the beginning of our safety workshops, there's been a lot of things that we covered, and this is just these 8 areas are just a few of the things that we're doing to make sure that CVESD is focused on security. So with our emergency preparedness and security manager, who is available to principals and available to the district office staff 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Our Department of Justice Security Camera Grant, which has placed cameras in 40% of our schools, currently 20 school sites. The SOBO group assessments that I just mentioned earlier. There's standardization and revision of security procedures. So we're making sure the security things that were happening at every school site are similar. So when we have areas that need addressing, we have one standard. So for example, how we do our safety locks in our doors and similar protocols. Active shooter professional development training. So we had a district-wide active shooter training program. We're also partnering with our neighboring district, Sweetwater, that has an active shooter professional training at their site on L Street. And we've had members of our principal staff and leadership staff attend that training. We're also providing Jose Cortez, who at the request of principals is going in and providing training to staff, a 2.5-hour session where they go in and they talk about the safest protocols and how to run that. We've had 2 parent safety forums, and we're going to continue our safety forums with our parents. We have the CVESD, who's invested in our SRO programs, and we had our SROs here last month. And then we have specific programs that are designed to keep our schools safe. So Raptor, our system that checks guests in, the WeTip that I just mentioned, the AJIX, which we were bringing to the board this evening, which is our safety app, IREX, which is our virtual AI program with our cameras, and then Safe Haven. Safe Haven is one that we're looking at where they provide ballistic film to our windows that prevent them from being smashed or shot into, and provide an additional benefit of being UV light reflective. So those are things that we're looking at and implementing and continuing to make our schools the safest they can be in California. So thank you. Questions?
We have 2 speakers. Miss E.
Good evening, members. I am a parent of 2 children that attend Liberty. I recently joined the school safety committee after a safety incident that occurred last school year. I am here today to kindly request your attention and responses to the following items. I would ask that the school board consider approving additional assistance for Emergency Preparedness and Security Manager, Mr. Cortez, as he is responsible for emergency preparedness and school safety for 50 elementary schools. This is essentially a single point of failure. By the time he makes it to all schools or has to pivot to prioritize a vulnerability, other pending items continue to sit in his queue. For example, our school provided a list of security concerns and gaps which remain unaddressed. One example is the request for approval film, which was just mentioned, and another is a request for magnetic locks with buzzing capabilities for the front office. We continue to be told that we are looking into these items, but there has been no status. We were informed he was introducing these security concerns and recommendations to the school board for approval. What is the status? Are we, as a school, able to raise funds for these items? Are we responsible for providing these items? Who is responsible for covering the costs of safety devices and equipment? Liberty, for example, purchased 39 locking devices for our inner pods with PTC funds. We request an update on the camera and surveillance system rollout for schools and would like to know if there is a plan for actively monitoring them. We request that our schools are not used as polling places during school hours unless an SRO is present, as this leaves our students and staff vulnerable, especially in schools like Liberty where campus access is needed. We were told SRO presence could not be guaranteed due to the lack of availability as they cover such a large school district. When will the school staff practice full drills, like the Emergency Response Team and Incident Command Center drill? As the one mentioned, that's a 2.5-hour drill provided to staff. These have not been conducted at all schools. Teachers cannot be expected to feel confident in responding during an incident if they do not have the training and practice. Again, this may be due to the single point of failure with one person in charge of emergency preparedness. By these concerns going unaddressed, it makes the district directly responsible and negligent if anything were to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kara Good. Kara Good.
Hi, I'm Kara Good, and I have 2 students at Liberty, and I'm here supporting Miss E. I'm also on the safety committee, and she covered everything. So I don't need to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Report on site social workers and counselor support. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I went, board comments or questions for Mr. Romero.
Yes, a couple of questions. Is it the IRE, or no, excuse me, the WeTip? Who's monitoring, who would be monitoring that?
Great. So there is a dedicated line, and the WeTip organization itself monitors it. And so they provide notification based on where the tip is coming from. So take, for example, School X has a student that is exhibiting suicidal ideation, right? They would notify the principal at that school site so they can follow up, and also our PERT team to make sure that we're providing that information. If there's a school Y, if there's somebody who says they're going to report a shooting tomorrow, they would notify the principal, notify the police department, and notify the district office. So there's level of notification depending on what the tip is. So if it's a single site, it would be addressed to that site. If it's a district-wide concern, it would be members of the district site and response teams.
I think I still missed who's monitoring it.
So the company itself, WeTip, has a dedicated support line.
All
who's
right,
monitoring
I
it.
missed that.
Sorry.
But along the same lines, the speakers that addressed questions regarding the presentation, do you have responses to that? Is it appropriate to answer some of these questions in regards to training that seems to be lacking and responses that have not been provided to these schools? Do you know? Are you aware of?
I'm open to questions. Yes, if you ask me a question, I can definitely respond to that.
Okay, so we had questions about the equipment that's needed as far as those push buttons, to get in. What do you call them? Magnetic locks.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have an update on that? Is it for all schools, or is it layered?
So
where are we with that?
these are shared concerns that not just parents but our district has. Since the inception of our program, and we've been looking at partnering with the SOBO group. So the SOBO group just finished Liberty on Friday. And we're very close to finishing all of our school sites. We want to make sure that whatever we implement is the standard that we use across all of our schools. So upon their recommendations, magnetic locks are one of the things that we're looking at. There are multiple areas that we're addressing, but we're going to finish our full assessment, which should be done within the next 3 to 4 weeks, come to the board with our recommendations, and based on the board's recommendations, make those changes to make our schools safer.
So October should provide a lot more inclusive information.
And next, by the October board meeting, I should have more information for you.
And I think another piece that appears to also cause additional undue concern is and like the speaker was sharing earlier, if there's only one person, well, that person is just one person. How are they going to respond to the multiple questions? Is there a different way we could approach this so that the community feels that their concerns are being responded to?
So there is one safety manager, but multiple people managing safety. So he is, if you can look at this, is Jose Cortez is the point of contact for our school sites, but he's not the sole person managing safety. So he is the point of contact, and based on the emergency need, we have our SROs, which, with our conjunction, we talk a lot about the 4.5 SROs. It's really 9 SROs that we have because we share them in conjunction with Sweetwater, right? So if there's a major concern at one of our school sites, it's basically the closest person on call, right? So we have the SROs, we have our district, so we have myself who oversees the safety department. We have Jenny Vignac, who is our risk management assessor, her 2 support staff that support her, and then the front line, which is all of our principals. So Jose Cortez is our single point of contact, but we have multiple people under him and working alongside him or even above him that also are handling safety.
I think maybe what we're looking at is there has just been one-way communication, maybe an update to the schools to let them know where we're at, like what you've just shared now. Not everyone is listening or hearing what you're sharing, is letting them know that you're close to completing your site inspections. I've been on them. I went on one of them that I was 5.5 hours, just one site.
They're intense.
Yes, they are. So I can understand how busy Mr. Cortez is, but if you gave the schools some feedback as to the status and just how far along you are on this, and when they could look for some responses, that may, kind of calm some concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Romero, do you mind sharing what we're doing regarding the audits of the sites regarding the supplies and making sure that we're in alignment throughout the districts? That we have to start to making sure that the materials and supplies, emergency supplies, are, first of all, they're not expired. If we need to buy more for a site, if making sure that everyone's aligned with the can you talk about the audit that we're doing, that he's starting to do, and also the plan as we move forward?
Right. So every school site has an annual audit that we do, which is our single site plan for safety. And so we're currently in that work right now. Part of it is making sure that structurally everything that needs to be working is working, but also the recommendations, the equipment that we use, the supplies that we have, the emergency readiness, all of those things are conducted annually, and then we submit it to the county for approval. So we're working with our principals. Jose Cortez and myself met with our lead principals yesterday to talk about the support that we provide to them. But every single school site has an 11-point plan that they work through. They work with their school site safety team to fill and fulfill that 11-point plan. But part of that plan is also making sure that our emergency equipment and supplies are up to date. Our fire extinguishers, our systems, our radios, all of the emergency food, water, all those emergency readiness materials that we have, we make sure are updated annually, so we have nothing expired, nothing that's going to be, nothing but supporting our districts for safety. And every single school does that. In every single school, it's a multi-step approach. The team puts it together. We evaluate it, make recommendations. It goes back. They make those changes. It comes back to us. So it's a 3-step process before we bring it to the board in January. So you'll hear that all those safety plans, which are a booklet pretty thick for every school site, is brought to the board in January. We submit it to the county for approval in March.
Thank you, as ever, for your presentation. And I, of course, understand that some information has to be held a little more close to the vest because of safety. So I really appreciate all the work that we're doing to protect our children from outside danger. I would love to follow up on a couple of comments that we got today about safety issues within our campuses, with violent students in crisis, with understaffing of student attendance. So I would just love to, as we're wrapping up this outer danger, to really add in a meeting where we can focus on ways to keep safety issues from what we've heard from some of the folks speaking today, to talk to them about those issues as well.
And I definitely second that a report with regard to internal safety.
That's all. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you for that, Trustee Bishop. I also had that same concern, and I figured this is probably the best time to bring that up. There's nowhere else on the agenda really except for board member comments, but thank you for taking that opportunity now. And when do we plan to have our next parent safety forum?
So there hasn't been an official date. We're looking at doing with parent conferences next week, and then fall break, we're looking for mid-October to have that. Yeah.
All right. All the other questions I had were asked, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation.
My question was around Mr. Cortez. You kind of answered it a little bit, but does he have anyone that report to him?
he doesn't. And so as a safety manager, he reports to me, and then his feedback of what he does on a day-to-day basis is managed by myself and Jenny Vignac. And as I have daily interaction with Jose Cortez, if there comes a time where I believe we need additional support, I won't hesitate reaching out to the board. Currently, I think we're staffed appropriately, and we're able to manage like his workload. And if there is a time where I think that that we're not meeting it, but he reports to Dr. Reyes. There is, as I mentioned, processes, and I know one of our board members brought it up. We can't explain everything that goes on in his management, but Dr. Reyes, we're part of a communications network where when there's an incident that requires his attention, he's notified immediately, and through that network, there's backup if needed. There hasn't been a time, and Dr. Reyes could speak to this as well, where we feel that we haven't been able to cover something because he's taking care of it. If there is a time, like I will come to the board asking for assistance.
So what I do know is that you are a very busy person.
Mm-hmm.
You wear many hats in this district.
I have a big head.
And you're doing good, but I think that we do need more people in the security department.
And I do have a recommendation for that. Can I?
Sure.
Can we look into the possibility of TOSA, a teacher on special assignment that is in charge of these types of situations, so that in the event that Mr. Cortez is not available, that we have someone who can respond to those other pressing issues?
Sure, we can look into that.
And I like the idea that it could be a TOSA, but also let's look at, because this is something that they have to have training, a specialized training. So while I agree that putting more bodies there would help, I think that we should focus on having the right people there. If it's a TOSA, it's a TOSA, but let's look at something that is meaningful, that Mr. Cortez can go on a vacation and we're not depending on somebody else dropping tasks or assigning something else during a security crisis. I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that there's coverage. It's an expenditure, but it's a very well needed expenditure that we need to do.
Okay, I'll look into other districts and look at job descriptions and bring something to the board in October.
Yeah, I would concur that a classified person with experience would be as great as possible too.
Thank you. The standardizing of purchasing, as we are doing with the Sobel group and looking at what we're going to standardize on. One member of the public said that they're starting to purchase out of school site funds, other mechanisms to supplement. If we're allowing that, or is that happening, how is that going to impact the standardization of tools and equipment coming forward?
So part of what has happened at some school sites is they're looking at the locks. What are those locks called, Jessica? Lock blocks. And basically what those do is they keep the door ajar until the need to have that door. So the door is locked, but the block keeps the door ajar, and then with a slide of a finger, the door closes and locks. So the teacher or the staff doesn't need to find the key to actually lock the door. So it's a time-saving safety mechanism. That is going to be the standard that we use going forward. So some school sites have been proactive in getting those done, but I can work with Oscar to see if there's other mechanisms that we have to make sure that the schools that don't have that coverage can get them.
And I bring this up because we shouldn't depend on the school to provide those safety mechanisms.
Right. And so that's, yeah.
So if we already know that that's a standard and our schools are starting to jump in, let's start making the money flow. Open the purse. So
Oh, Oscar.
And I say this because that money at the school site, it was intended for probably something else. And while we are grateful that the school site is being proactive, the funding is here. Let's use our funding. So let's use our funding, Dr. Reyes.
We don't want schools without a PTA to not have safety too.
So whenever possible, if we already have some ideas of what direction we're going to go on the standards, and let's start moving that needle, because it's been several months since we've been doing these audits, and with 80% complete, I would assume that we have a very good idea where we're going to go ahead and land on the recommendations. The other thing you were mentioning is the annual audits of making sure that nothing is expired and stuff like that. Whose responsibility is that?
So it's twofold. The first is they have a site safety committee that's comprised of members of the school site, stakeholders. So it could be staff, parents, and obviously the principal. So there's an annual report that we look at. Those 11 categories range from different areas of concern. So the single school site is responsible for that. The oversight happens at my department. So what we do is based on, and so they're not rewriting a new playbook every year. So this is pretty much stuff that is at their school site that they're looking at and making any modifications and adjustments that need to be made for the current year or based on safety recommendations. So principals have the ultimate responsible for turning it in. We then look at it, make sure it complies with everything that they're doing and that we know of. We then send it back for a revision. They send it back to us for one more look through. And then based on that, either a final recommendation or we submit it as good to go and then bring it to the board in January.
So when you say your department, is it HR? Is it risk management? Is it Jose Cortez?
Jose Cortez, risk management, Jenny Vignac, myself. It's a team.
So you're overextended. Let's get more people there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not, and so like the idea behind this is I understand it. I'll take the support. Like, if we talk about this, I also find value in making sure that we spend our money effectively. And I'm not saying that more staff won't be effective, but the district and through your commitment, you guys have done an amazing job. Like, we are proactive and we are light years ahead of what a lot of schools are doing. The WeTip. So the WeTip program that we're doing, some of the asks have been for like emergency response system. The app that you're using today, that you're approving today, we're the first public school district in the state of California to be adopting that. No other school district is doing that. So this has been, and this is in private schools, this is in the Pentagon, this is in international schools. So we're the first school district to be doing that. And, with respect to the community, like a lot of what we do behind the scenes, we don't share because it's a safety concern. If you have your playbook on what you're doing for safety, they don't know everything that we know. And so the constant dedication to having like my staff that oversees this to make sure that we're doing this, having the safest practices, it goes beyond just safety. We're addressing social emotional needs. We're hiring marriage and family therapists because a lot of incidents involving school shootings, those aren't students that are disconnected with the school sites, right? So oftentimes you'll hear about, school districts, our neighboring school districts that are addressing SEL. Current studies have shown that it's almost too late to address them at high school, right? You need to address it at elementary school. So we're partnering with, like licensed facilitators to make sure that we're addressing those concerns before they get to high school. So there's a lot that we're doing, and I will definitely welcome the help. And like I said, I'll bring forward a position for October.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As always, thank you for your report. I have some things that I would like some requests. With regard to site safety and the plan you were talking about, is there a due date for that?
The single site plan is due to the county in March, so annually by March.
Okay, so these site safety plans that go into that, when would those be due?
They're due to the board in January.
Okay, so almost semester 2, right? Okay. My request with regard to that, and I know that the site safety committees are comprised of different members and different stakeholders, but I think one thing that will help with our communications is that if those plans are signed off with our labor partners, so that our classified and our certificated labor partners look at those and have people at each site. As my understanding, they have representation at each site. Those people be the eyes and ears for our labor partners to ensure, because they're the ones that know whether those things are happening at their sites. So a spot for them to be able to look at those plans and say, yes, this is what's happening, this is what needs to be looked at. My other request with regard to, and thank you, Trustee Bishop, because I was thinking the same thing, and that's why I seconded that with regard to internal safety, right? We're doing a great job, I think, of doing all of these, being proactive with cameras and these apps and all of these things for outside dangers, but we need a system, a standardization of how to remain safe with regard to students who are in crisis that might pose harm to other children or to the staff. And a training, a professional development for all staff, because I come from a middle school and high school background, and I think about physical altercations and the danger that is posed on an adult having to break that up. And it's the same thing for small students as well. We don't want to harm the students. We have issues with regard to putting our hands on students, but at the same time that we are requiring this of teachers to break those things up, we're not giving them the skills to be able to do that. And we need something to prevent that. That's about safety internally. And so I would like to see some kind of way of preventing that and having some sort of staff development for all of our staff. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm.
Along that line, earlier, a member of the public spoke and requested a protocol to deal with these students in crisis. And I know sometimes the language that we hear from parents is, immediate removal of the aggressor or separation. And I feel that 100% as a parent. But I just want to know, Dr. Reyes, is there someone that can speak to the feasibility of even coming up with a protocol like that?
Ms. Casey?
Hi, thank you. So there are a lot of behavior supports in place for crises, and so our school counselors, our psychologists, there's no standardized method because every student is individual in what's happening in those classrooms. And we can't just remove a student from their educational environment, but we do have things to put in place to separate them if needed. And so each case is kind of individual in that way. So we're working really closely with our behavior teams and our school psychologists and social workers and counselors to do that work. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. And like I said, the reason that I bring that up, because I know that not one size fits all, but I think that since we were in the pandemic and before then, things have changed quite a bit, not just with behaviors, but with the fact that we have newer teachers coming in that may not have that training to be able to handle those situations in a way that's going to help everybody.
And classified staff
Yes.
as well.
No, and yes, and when I say staff, I mean everyone. Thank you. All right.
I have something that relates to this, but I think it's more applicable to the next, yes, to the report on the social workers stuff, yes.
Okay. Report on site social workers and counselor support efforts. Ms. Casey.
Good timing on this. Thank you. So tonight, our coordinator of MTSS, Andrew Faulkner, was going to share alongside of some of our site social workers and counselors the amazing work that they're doing for students at our school sites.
Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, trustees, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, community members, as well as the district team. Tonight, I am very excited to share about all the amazing and impactful work that our school site counselors and social workers are doing in our schools. As we have come back from the pandemic these past 3 years and seen an increase in social, emotional, and behavioral needs, it is important to understand the range of support that these individuals are providing. As you know, in Chula Vista Elementary School District, we have had a long history of supporting social emotional learning, SEL, and a positive and proactive approach to behavior, PBIS. Prior to COVID, the district began investing in MTSS through dedicated social emotional learning time, site counseling and social work in about 10 schools, and a push to develop PBIS structures across the district. We continue to focus and prioritize these initiatives in the present time, as reflected in LCAP goal number 2, which explicitly calls out increasing access to SEL and wellness services for all students and their families in CVESD. So, as we look at the amazing support that the board and CVSD has provided to our schools, really responding to the need in 2021 by bringing in 30 site-based counselors and social workers, it's important to look at where we are trending. In the interim, since 2021, many sites have determined that they need to increase that support. We have gone from 10 sites with 5 days of counselor and social worker support, those that had the highest unduplicated pupil population, to today, 25 of our school sites have 5 days of counseling and social worker support. Those additional sites have determined through staff and community collaboration that they're going to allocate site funds to fund that extra time. As a community member myself, I was speaking with a family that my son plays sports with. That family was so thankful that they were able to find that person on their campus and connect them to resources. In fact, finding even outside resources that they weren't even didn't even know that they existed before. Just another example of the amazing impact that these folks are having on our campus. So in looking at what our site-based counselors and social workers do, it helps to think about them through the lens of multi-tiered systems of supports. When we are thinking about Tier 1 or the universal tier, our teachers are largely providing these supports through things like classroom SEL lessons, community circles, and school-wide positive behavior interventions and supports. All those structures that are integrated throughout the school day. Early in the year, our school site counselors and social workers will often provide model lessons throughout the given school that can help guide the classroom learning. So, having this support already present in the classroom allows our counselors and social workers to focus on those students that need a little more support, at Tier 2. Going back to the MTSS system, this is where small group counseling in the form of social skills groups, friendship groups, anxiety groups, or as we have seen quite often in the past few years, it could even be bereavement or grief groups. When we are talking about Tier 3, our most intensive, the counseling services are typically individualized, one-on-one, counselor to student. All of our school site counselors and social workers serve important roles on the MTSS and PBIS teams across their campuses. And in this role, they provide guidance and support for the behavior and social emotional interventions that the school has adopted. Another look at the tiered system really reinforces the idea of providing a whole child approach, where students have access to and are provided the support that they need. As you can see on the wall behind you, Tier 1, that bottom tier, might look like classroom lessons, community circles, inner explorer mindfulness, calming corners, or even SEL skill building opportunities. The next step on the wall is Tier 2. This usually looks like small groups working on generalized skills that are hopefully translated back to the classroom. These groups are progress monitored using data to drive decisions. These counseling services are intensified or faded based on that data. These groups typically last about 8 to 10 weeks. And then finally, as you get to the top of that pyramid, is Tier 3. This is the most intensified counseling support, and this is also where outside referrals for different resources and services might occur. As part of this process, our counselors always require parent consent. That it happens before they begin working with students. Every counselor uses referral forms for students, teachers, and parents, and these are often offered in paper form and digitally. Our school counselors and social workers closely examine behavior data, referral data, and other school-wide data, and do their best to triangulate multiple data sources to make the best decisions for our students. Now, I would like to invite Cynthia Figueroa, one of our superb site social workers from Kellogg Elementary, to talk a little bit more about what a tiered MTSS approach to SEL looks like at her site.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Figueroa, and I'm the school social worker at Kellogg Elementary. And it's an honor to be here tonight. I've been with the district about 7 years now, and it's exciting to share a lot more details about the work that we can and we have been doing at the district. Just so you know, a little reference is that although licensure for this position is not required, there are currently some school social workers that are licensed therapists or counselors as well. And there are a few that also are on the path to licensure, which I think is really important. For some of you, this pyramid might seem familiar as it's often used when talking about MTSS, and as Andy was referring to it to better describe our work. When I talk about MTSS, I like to imagine it as this big umbrella, and MTSS is the umbrella, and under the umbrella, there's 3 major components to education: the academics, the social-emotional supports, and the behavior. A lot of our work exclusively focuses on the social-emotional support and correlates heavily with behaviors. At the Tier 1 level, and I'll be repeating a few things that Andy shared, it's a universal tier in our preventative tier. And the goal here is to positively impact our school culture. So we want to make ourselves available to all students, even if we're not seeing them in counseling services. At the Tier 1 level, we're often providing opportunities like professional development to our staff or our parents. We have ongoing consultation with teachers and administrators. We provide school-wide initiatives such as our October Bullying Prevention Month. In February, we love to celebrate Kindness Month. And in May, we really like to bring some awareness around Mental Health Month. We also might be facilitating clubs such as Student Ambassadors, the Peace Patrol, Safety Patrol, or lunch bunches based on the school interest. We also are responding to crisis, a lot of behavioral crisis lately, and at times, unfortunately, we are also responding to suicide ideation or providing risk assessments. We're also working or at times facilitating PBIS committees, which focuses a lot on preventative interventions within this team. That includes an admin, often our school psychologist as well, a classified staff, our certificated staff, and a parent. And we're really trying to work as a team to focus on how can we strengthen our Tier 1. We also might be providing case management services for our families as needed, referencing or referring them to our community partners for resources or seeking other additional resources that they might need. We're also reviewing school-wide data from SWIS, which is our district referral program. And lastly, like Andy mentioned, we might be providing in-class social-emotional lessons that are targeting specific needs that classes needs. A lot of the curriculums that we tend to use when we go into the classrooms tend to be Second Step, which is an evidence-based curriculum, the zones of regulation that for many of you might be familiar, Mind Up, or any additional resources to support, again, the needs in that classroom. At the Tier 2 level, which is more of our targeted group intervention tier, the goal is that for students who are not successfully striving in our Tier 1, we're supporting them in a group counseling setting. So some of our counseling groups can consist of 2 to 6 students per group, and topics can range from self-esteem, grief and loss, anxiety, and social skills. And when we talk about social skills, I really want to emphasize that that's a wide range. And it could be from internal social skills that students are needing to strengthen to also external behaviors or social skills that they're needing to strengthen. And a consent from a guardian is always needed. So we cannot provide services to any student unless we have permission from a guardian. And at a tier 3 level, which is our more intensive intervention tier, we're working with a specific student at this point. And consent again is needed, and we're providing individual counseling. Some of the focus areas might be very similar to those in tier 2. And at this point, we might also be developing a behavioral intervention plan in collaboration with teachers, and we love when we get our parents too involved. And we might also be adding a check-in and check-out service with either ourselves, if we're there 5 days a week, or another trusted adult that can support the student. So I know that was really quick, but I hope that gives you a quick glance at some of the services that as an on-site provider, we can provide for all of our students and also those specific students that are needing that additional support. I'm happy to answer any other questions after this presentation. Thank you.
So thank you, Cynthia. A lot of information about the services that the counselors and social workers are providing. But often we are asked, what does the school counselor or school social worker do every day? Well, this is an example of a typical day for any of our school site professionals. Starting at the beginning of the school day, well, really before the beginning of the school day, these folks are out on campus, greeting families, greeting students. They may be doing check-ins. They may be working with the families for a student that's struggling to come onto campus. Many will help those students get ready for the day. Once the school day begins, they are often right into groups, seeing anywhere from 4 to 8 groups in a day, with each group containing about 5 students. Of course, our counselors and social workers have to eat lunch, but often they spend time after their lunch break hanging out and facilitating lunch bunch, where students can come and chat or hang out with peers in a less structured setting. After lunch, they are back to seeing groups or seeing individual students for counseling. At the end of the day, the counselors and social workers are once again a presence. They are meeting with parents, checking out with students, maybe even debriefing with parents, with teachers. Overall, in this particular day, the counselor met with 22 students between groups and individual counseling. Part of that day that's not on this schedule, but highly important, is responding to crisis. I would like to bring one of our amazing site counselors, Jamala Sims, up here to speak about responding to crisis at Eastlake Elementary.
Thanks, Sandy. Good evening, y'all. My name is Jamala Sims, and I'm a native of San Diego and a graduate of San Diego State's school counseling program. I'm honored to serve students every single day at Eastlake Elementary, and I'm speaking to you tonight about how I handle crisis intervention. I'm here to say that it's not exactly what you might think, because crisis intervention preparation starts on the first day of school. I'm smiling at parents, I'm complimenting students, I'm introducing myself and giving mini tours. I am allowing the students to make meaning with my face, my body language, and my actions. And I'm trying to look at each child on an individual level. I'm noticing their choice of earrings, their haircuts, their hats, and who drops them off. I'm also noticing the keychains that they might have attached to their backpack. I want every student to feel like in their hardest moments that I've taken the time to better understand who they are and that I might have the resources to make them feel better. At the beginning of every year, I go into every single class on my campus and give a 30-minute lesson on who I am, and I tell them what my personal goals are for them and myself for the year. Although I will reiterate this multiple times, I also tell them that I'm not a disciplinarian. Although I cannot prevent a consequence for their behavior, I will never dole one out. When I do get called to support a dysregulated student, 99% of the time at that point, I know exactly who they are. The rapport building that I've done at the beginning of the school year preemptively allows me to be a familiar face, and hopefully they realize that I am there to help. Many times in the moment, I'm quickly trying to assess if a child's nervous system is in fight or flight. And I'm quickly also trying to understand what their immediate needs are before I even try and regulate. This type of crisis intervention happens multiple times a week, and let's be honest, sometimes it's multiple times a day. and they vary in nature and seriousness. I might get a radio call at 8:30 a.m. to support a teacher that needs help with a dysregulated student, and 5 hours later, I receive a text that a student needs support, and suddenly I'm filling out a threat assessment or a risk assessment. Although very different, each situation like this requires quick thinking, calmness, and patience. Luckily, I have a decent-sized fanny pack that quickly became my lifeline post-COVID. Inside of it, I carry fruit snacks, puppets, animal squishies, and green PBIS tickets. I want to be able to give students the autonomy to choose a calming activity that allows for self-regulation without too much verbal prompting. With 8 hours a day of commands from adults and authority figures, it's really important that we meet our students where they are, and we teach them things like adding fractions, but also how to explore their feelings and how their behavior impacts themselves and others. It's been a pleasure to serve my school, Eastlake, and I hope I can continue to do so for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamala. So, let's take a look back at the impact that our counselors had last year. In terms of crisis response, things like elopement, responding to escalated behavior, separation anxiety, threat or risk assessment, our counselors and social workers responded to more than 1,000 incidents. Behavioral support, while not directly a typical school counselor function, is a large part of what our professionals do. In fact, every counselor reported behavioral support as a major function of their job. In total, our counselors reported that the overall majority of their time was spent providing highly important group counseling and individual counseling. In fact, really staying within that MTSS Tier 2 and Tier 3 system. Now, as we are getting our first peek into what the counselors are doing this year, some is the same and some is different. So far, in the first 6 weeks of school, our school counselors and social workers have responded to about 350 of those crisis situations. Up to now, they have seen about 700 students for small group or individual counseling. So far this year, we have seen an uptick in the levels of behavior support the counselors are providing as part of their day. And they are reporting that the majority of their time is being spent in individual counseling and behavior support. Overall, these amazing professionals have and are proving to be an invaluable resource to our school communities. In closing, I will leave you with the words of one of our students. Dear Ms. Coos, thank you for teaching us the importance of thinking before we speak and to relax so we don't make problems bigger. I will try to do this when I get mad in life so I don't hurt anyone by accident. Thank you for the time you have spent with us. What an amazing message. Can we only hope that this is the experience that all of our students are taking away from their time with their counselors. Thank you. Thank you again for all your support.
Board comments?
Yes, thank you, Andy. I appreciate the report, breaking it up in the different phases, so to speak. I especially want to thank Ms. Cynthia for calling out the parental permission. That is just so important. Without that parental engagement, just working with the child for a little bit and then they're going back to the parent. I appreciate that. And Mr. Mala, can I take you home? We could learn a lot from what you've shared. Thank you very much. I do have an email that I shared earlier that I think overlaps with the safety issues that I believe it would be appropriate to speak here. I do have permission from the teacher that sent it to me to read it out loud. She has asked, oops, I said she has asked that I do not say her name or the school for some reasons that you'll understand from this email. It says, hello, esteemed trustee Dominguez Cervantes. My students are not receiving counseling. We need counselors more than ever. My site has more counseling staff than ever. That's almost like an oxymoron until you hear the rest. Our counselors, social workers, and other members of the care team have the drive, have the knowledge, and have the training to support students with their emotional needs. In reality, at my school and at some other schools as well, they are directed to chase down kids, supervise runners and elopers, keep an eye on students who repeatedly, often daily, are engaging in physical aggression, fighting, etc. Because CVSD will not or cannot staff the proper people to keep these students safe or in the placement the student needs. We have students with eating disorders, children who cut, kids torn apart by grief or violence, and counselors and other professionals who want desperately to help them. But they rarely can because their talents are being wasted as they have to spend the day roaming campuses, following at a distance behind students around who don't have to be in class. This is not a complaint. It is echoed among staff in frustration. We serve an underserved community, and these children deserve the mental health care we pay experts for. And the other students deserve to be set up for success, either with actual counseling, more staffing, and then parentheses, SKIAS, for example, or a more nurturing and appropriate placement. A few years ago, I attended a PD by SDCOE's Anthony Ceja, and I learned the true meaning of restorative practices. I identified my district's practice as being permissive instead. Years later, students run around the school harming others and themselves, winning raffle prizes while other children look on, slipping through the cracks. Please look deeply into our counseling programs and advocate for the students who are desperately in need of structured behavioral health services, the ones who are in class, often quietly trying just to get through the days. Thank you for your support. So this speaks more, this brought me to tears. And more, this teacher was courageous to put it in writing because sometimes it's misplaced fear of fallout, unwelcomed fallout, or just it being perceived as not being able to do their jobs, or that maybe their leadership isn't. It's not that. It's this person is clearly trying to identify what they're facing every single day. I went to a couple SPED classes, spent maybe an hour, just a little less. I don't know how they do it, day in and day out. And you guys are here to save the day, to help them. But if we're not able to communicate to our staff how they can safely and comfortably elevate their concerns to the appropriate support, then they continue like this. This is a cry for help, not just for the students, but for the staff. And I did share this earlier with one person. Again, we go back to one person wearing many hats, Ms. Sharon Casey, and with Dr. Reyes. And I don't know how to help them, how to help the staff. We need to, because not only because they are people who are doing a very hard job, but they're in charge of our little babies, of our treasures. I don't know how to help them. I don't know how. You guys are the professionals. You need to tell us how so we can make the appropriate changes at the appropriate places so that we can be more effective. If we need to move something over to the back burner because sometimes they're nice to-dos and we would love to do them, then that's what we need to do. These children are biting, they're kicking, they're hitting, not just other students, but the teachers. And their hands are tied, for the lack of a better term, but you get the meaning, for fear not just of something being misperceived. They're trying to keep the child safe and others safe and themselves safe. What are they supposed to do? Run out of the class and let the child keep doing what they're doing? There has to be protocols like we spoke of earlier, and I don't know what to do. But we have to do something, and it has to be different, and it has to be ASAP.
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, so we completely acknowledge that there's, since we came back from COVID, from the pandemic, the behaviors that we're seeing across all schools, very, very different, very much escalated from before pandemic. And there are many other different variables that have compounded the issues. So we are aware of that. We do acknowledge that teachers need support, that IAs need support. We recognize the wonderful job, amazing job that the counselors do. But again, one person, two people per site, but and there's so many different cases. And there might be, with one particular student, for an hour de-escalating, while there's 2, 3, 4, 5 other ones that also need that support, right? So there's many different situations and variables that make it challenging. Ms. Casey, would you like to share some of the things that we're doing and some of the things that we're looking into?
Sure. Yes, we acknowledge that it's rough out there in certain areas, and we really value our teachers and our support staff that are working with these difficult children. We have started to develop a behavior team, and it's 10 RBTs and a BCBA that we're getting systems in place. I understand that it's not a lot for a district this size. We're also working through trying to bring in non-public agencies to support some of the intense behaviors and train alongside our teachers. It's a very small team for a large district, yes. But we have some amazing staff in place that are willing to help support this work. If there are, in particular, sites that aren't getting the support or haven't got like when they're reaching out and no one's getting back to them, or they're feeling like they're out there on the island, I am happy to support. You can have them reach out to me. I will make sure the team gets out there and supports where they can. If we don't hear about it, we can't help if there's something going on that we don't know about. So we are all hands on deck to help this work move forward and support our teachers and our children in our classrooms.
And Ms. Casey, I know that there's sometimes frustration when you have a particular student who might be a hitter, a biter, who has hurt another student or other students more than once, and so the cry for help from the parents is like, I want to make sure my child is safe.
Absolutely.
And so it's pretty much always the can you please remove that child from my son or daughter's class? And that's a difficult situation, because absolutely we want to make sure that our priority is to keep students and staff safe.
Yes.
That's a non-negotiable. Can you speak about the other part, the rights and the other part that we need to be able to navigate and address it while navigating through those complexities?
Yeah, so we can't just remove a student from a classroom. The Ed Code doesn't allow us to do that. So we have to be able to put supports in place in that classroom to keep all students safe, including the student who's having escalated behaviors. There are times in a program if we have an SST or a parent meeting when a parent agrees for us to remove a student and put them in a program within a program, but that has to all be with parent consent. So our hands are tied in situations when we can't remove students from classrooms. So that's why it's important to have this training we're talking about, so our teachers feel supported, that the support staff that's coming in is trained to address those student behaviors, and so they're not tearing apart classrooms or having physical outbursts with other students. Is that training piece and the adult supervision support in those classrooms.
So what can we do? Let's say your team is working on finding a more suitable placement for that student.
Yep.
But that takes time. It's not from one day to the next.
Correct.
What happens in the meantime to make sure that kids are safe and staff is safe? And also, that's part of one of the question. The other question is, what happens when it's a truly egregious situation?
So when we have a student who we're looking for change of placement, we are required to do a full comprehensive assessment and then offer a different placement through that IEP process. In the meantime, while we're doing that assessment to find a more appropriate placement, we would typically bring in an additional adult support to help that classroom and that student to, when they're escalated, to be able to remove them from the classroom so they're not disrupting a whole 30 students at one time, right? Now, if it's egregious and it happens over time, we would get suspensions. We can look into expulsions if it meets the ed code criteria. And then we can do an administrative move if it becomes very egregious, and we've worked through the whole progressive discipline system. But it takes time to get that to that space.
I'm not comfortable with the answer. I know it's the only answer you have, but if I'm that teacher there, I'm walking into this classroom tomorrow. What did I just do to help this teacher right now? What answers did we just give that teacher? What did we do? They've elevated it for a reason. There could be different reasons why, but if this teacher and other teachers like this teacher are listening right now, what answer did we just give them? Document? Is that what we said? That's what it sounds like. And I know that's all you've got, but there's got to be more.
So if we're experiencing an elevated, like, so a student's disrupting classroom and tears apart classroom, or they have to evacuate the classroom, if they reach out to our teams, we typically will have someone there next day, or the principal removes that student for that teacher so that they can be isolated for the day until we can have staff or people in place. But we don't hear about every situation.
Sure. And I'm hearing more and more. We heard speakers. There were so many that were in the TK. That seemed to be where the bulk of the complaints were. And maybe it was just too early for these children to come to our schools and have that many all in one classroom. That's a bit much for any human being to be able to work with and still keep their sanity. I don't, Dr. Reyes, you're supposed to fix things, fix it. What can I say? My colleagues, what any suggestions?
Is it my turn?
Yes. I don't know.
Okay. I have some questions. I would love it if Cynthia and Jamala could be answering questions along with you, because they're the boots on the ground, and we appreciate you. So can you talk to me about how you get referrals for the kids that need the elevated, other than the crisis? I'll get to that in a minute, but like in terms of, you said you work in consultation with teachers. What is the actual process for a kid that needs more support than a tier 3 support? Or is it tier? Is it 3 at the top and 1 at the bottom, or the other way around?
3.
3 at the top.
Three is
at the top.
More individualized.
Gotcha. So, other than
Yeah.
I asked. Go ahead.
So I can speak to what we do. About 6 weeks into the school year, I administer something called the SRSSIE. And it's a student rating scale that looks at internalizing and externalizing behaviors. And it takes about 1 minute per student, and it's free. And every teacher fills it out during a collaboration that we'll have, and I kind of sit through that with them and talk about it. And then I make this master doc and share it with our principal and our psychologist, and then we look at grouping them into tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. And then if we deem necessary, which a lot of the times we do, we'll go back and administer. This is going to sound silly. It's called the Sims, but there's only one M on that one. And it kind of indicates what the best intervention would be. So if that would be like a check-in, check-out, or if an accountability sheet, or a parent note home system. So that's kind of how we look at those groups. And then we also will sometimes look at Swiss data, which is behavioral data, and think about, okay, maybe the student should join this group, and usually they kind of match up. So did that answer your question?
Kind of that triangulation of data that.
Right, right.
And if I can add,
yes,
just
please.
pretty much similar process at Kellogg. That consultation piece is key after providing that screener, what we call it a screener, to our the universal screener. That's what we refer it as to our teachers, because it's just one tool, right? There's a lot of power in having a conversation about all students at the school in the classroom climate, because if a lot of students are identified as needing those tier 2 and tier 3 services, then we also want to dig a little bit deeper and say, okay, what's going on in the classroom? Is this a classroom that maybe I need to go into and provide specific lessons to meet those needs, because we can't pull all the students from the class. And in addition, we do try to do it at least twice a year to monitor progress and, again, get our foot in the door to meet with those teachers and discuss their classrooms as well.
That's great. Just as a quick follow-up question, I know you're a social worker and you're a counselor. What's the difference in terms of like your actual functionality on a campus? Just
So in Chula Vista, the capacity of the counselor and the social worker is the same. They do this, they have the same role in our schools. Their only difference is their PBIS credential. One is focused on counseling and one is focused on social work.
okay. Thank you so much
They're,
for that
they're serving the
clarification.
same role in our schools right now.
Fantastic. And so you would say that what they were talking about in terms of the process is standardized across the district, that everybody's doing that initial assessments in conjunction with the teachers. Is that correct? Or are they just happen to line up these two folks?
Yeah, for the most part, most teams are using some kind of combination of data points to make decisions about students and determine who's at the most risk, basically.
Gotcha. And what does a caseload look like for like overall caseload? Is there a set number where we bring in a second person or a third person, et cetera?
So we don't have a set number. Most of our counselors are somewhere in the range of 40 to 70 students, depending on the school site. You have to keep in mind that a lot of or roughly 10 of our counselors are sharing 2 sites. So you could have a counselor at Salt Creek and also at Chula Vista splitting time. So that's going to greatly impact what their caseload could be.
Gotcha. And then those students that you're seeing in the group settings or the individual counseling sessions that are ongoing, how are they impacted in terms of our hours? I know that in an IEP you have guaranteed minutes. Do these students have guaranteed minutes when you're being pulled out to do crisis interventions?
I could speak to my services. So I do have a schedule, and we always try our best to keep that schedule. Sometimes by 5 or 10 minutes, perhaps that group is delayed. There are some emergency cases sometimes that do require us to cancel that session. So we really try to, or at least I really try to leave some gaps, especially on Fridays, to make up sessions if they are needed. 30-minute sessions is what I have scheduled. I work with our teachers again and a lot of the key staff like speech therapists, our school psychologists, and RSP services, because those are legal services that are required to ensure that I'm not pulling a student out during that time. And I work around about 7 schedules to make sure that I give someone that time.
Thank you for that.
I can kind of add a little bit about my schedule too. I also leave like Friday as my makeup day, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are really heavy with group counseling, and then Monday and Tuesday are like my individual schedules. And so that's kind of how we somewhat do that.
Gotcha. And you said that previous year we had 1,000+ incidents of crisis last year, but within the first 6 weeks we had 350. I'm doing the math. And that sounds like a huge jump this year. Can you talk about that?
So unfortunately, I don't have last year's data broken down by frequency, so I can't see what the beginning of the year looked like as compared to the end of the year. We just have a solid number. My assumption would be that is going to slow down as the year goes on, as things kind of if I'm thinking back to last year, the beginning of last year also was a extremely chaotic time, and there were a lot of the risk and threat assessments happening, as well as other crisis situations.
Right. It looked like Ms. Casey had something to add to that. I know we're not supposed to go straight to the, but did you have some insight in that at all?
I don't have any more insight, but I do know that the beginning of each school year is a little harder, and as the counselors do their work and their amazing things with children, we tend to see a decrease in that as the school year goes on.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Lastly, and kind of by way of answer to your original question, I just want to make sure I got my questions asked. I know that one of the things that we talked about earlier is de-escalation, and how a lot of your time is used in de-escalation, and also teachers and staff members have both expressed some frustration around this de-escalation component. And how are we not making sure that everybody on every campus is trained in de-escalation so that they can support you, so that it can be not just you on the site that is responsible for that kind of intervention? I know that there's certain things like hands-on, whatnot, but like in a classroom, if all the adults in the classroom are trained in de-escalation, how is that not, would that not be supporting in a better way, so that you don't have to be called in, because it's more likely that kid can get de-escalated before you get called out of your individual appointments or whatnot.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Casey?
Hi. So yes, our district offers crisis prevention intervention, and it's a 2-day training, and the first day is about de-escalation strategies. Fantastic. And so it would be amazing if all of our staff could be trained in these de-escalation strategies, or at least a team at every school site, so that there was someone to come in and support when there was that behavior is going. Mm-hmm.
So what is the current situation for who accesses that kind of training?
Anyone can access it. We offer it every month, all year long.
Okay.
And you get certified in the de-escalation strategy. The second day is the restraint holds if needed.
That's known as CPI.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so school sites send teams to these trainings each month.
Okay, so is it up to the school site to decide who is getting trained in this situation?
So we offer it to anyone, but yes, the principal and the MTSS team at the school site makes those decisions on who's going to be their team for the CPI training.
And yeah, she said,
I said they should
all go. So I totally appreciate that, and the question becomes like, how does the people that are getting trained at it, we have a sub coming in to cover their shifts while they get trained. Is there more opportunity for us to do these kinds of trainings in school site professional development opportunities, so that more people can access this instead of just a small team of people?
Dr. Reyes?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination. If Mr. Romero, you want to jump in with the HR component, and you want to see if Ms. Casey, how we can do so it's a combined answer.
Mm-hmm.
More of the training, if we can take it to the sites.
Mm-hmm. Happy to look into how we could do that. Would be amazing support to our school sites. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we've been in consultation with both our labor groups, and there is a shared interest in having more people trained. So it is something that we're looking at. There is CPI, the brand offers multiple trainings, and so one of the things is I'll meet with Sharon to talk about how we can get more people trained as soon as possible.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, first off, thank you for the presentation. I know y'all put a lot of work into it, and it was exactly what I was looking for. I do notice that there's some other counselors and social workers here in support of their colleagues. If you're a counselor in one of our schools, would you please raise your hand? Because as we can see with that succinct but very informative presentation, you all do a lot of work on our school sites, and I really want to thank both Cynthia and Jamala for giving us just a glimpse of what their day looks like. I think last year I did visit East Lake, and I saw you checking in with a student, and it was just like this mutually like excited and respectful exchange between you and a young man, and I thought that's the exact kind of work that we need you all doing in our schools. You know, you did mention, however, you know, you do a lot of work with what you call dysregulated students, and so I know that sometimes it's all hands on deck, but I just want to know personally, who else can you rely on the school side to assist you when you have an emergency with a dysregulated student?
I have the fortune that my new principal, he's really hands-on. He understands the role and respects my role. He's really advocating that I do provide my counseling services and try not to interrupt that schedule as much because the kids memorize their schedule. We walk by and they're like, what day is it today? Today my group. So he's really, really supporting me, at least I can say for, again, Kellogg, in that aspect where it's a team effort. And if he's not available or I'm not available, then our school psychologist is our team.
How about yourself, Ms. Sims?
Yeah, I would also say that the psychologist and I kind of tag team situations, especially when we know that one of us may be stepping into a group or an IEP, and we did that today. I have an AP that's also there part-time, and it's really nice when I can like delineate the difference between discipline and behavior support, and so he also can take on the discipline aspect and assist with students that need help, and our principal is so amazing and very hands-on as well.
I might add on to that. We talked earlier about the platinum and the gold schools and the silver and the bronze.
Yeah.
Those platinum and gold schools, a big part of what that recognition means is that they have a really solid tier 2 approach and a tier 2 team that kind of the design is responding to behavior and responding to those elevated social emotional needs. So it's kind of a team approach in a lot of our sites. There are multiple people who are not on call, but part of that work.
And then lastly, Trustee Bishop had brought up, you know, some statistics from this year as compared to last year. And you said that currently you didn't have it. I would kindly request that we have that in a board update soon. Something to just see if what we, huh?
Sorry, clarifying where we are.
Yeah, so if we could see some of that data in a board update, I'd like to see how our efforts are going compared to last year.
Correct. So are you able to desegregate last year's data?
So the unfortunate part is that I don't have the data broken down that way. I only have, at the end of the year, we ask for a hard number of the crisis interventions that the folks responded to.
Mm-hmm.
So I have that number that's up near 1,000, and then currently I have the first 6 weeks data. So kind of as I presented it, is as best I can break that down.
So I think it'd be important for you to keep data on maybe on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis moving forward. Sure. That way we can provide the data to the board.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple items. So I heard that we acknowledge that the behavior has changed since returning from COVID. I heard that, yes, we have some supports that we could deliver to the schools. What is that deciding factor? When we decide that, hey, we see the change, let's put some effort there.
So, Ms. Casey, could you talk about how we've increased over the number of our behavior specialists, both in-house and from the outside, and also the additional support that we've been getting because of the need? And again, we're not saying we're there yet because we do acknowledge and recognize that we're not. The amount of issues and behaviors that we're seeing is significant. And that is across all districts. And so, I'm sorry.
And I do understand that it's all districts, right? We're not the only one. But where I struggle is that we're no longer a small district. We're a big district, 50 schools. We need to start thinking about we're a big school district. We need those resources. That our people need to feel that the district has their back, not just by us saying it here today, but actually putting some dollars into it and putting those resources there. Yes, it's, I know Oscar's going to hate me later today, but but you know, it's that type of support that teacher is looking for when they write that email. When those parents that came and spoke today about the different disciplinary issues that are happening, what is the support that we're actually providing? It's not just, yes, we're working on a plan. It's like, okay, yes, we need to work on a plan, but we need to rush that plan now. It's been enough time. We have enough time since returning from COVID to acknowledge and to make an assessment. Now we need to start implementing. So I look forward to looking for a plan on how we can bring the resources that you mentioned to the school site. So no need to elaborate on a response. Just I want to see a plan.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and bring that to the board, and then for the board's consideration of moving forward with it.
Thank you for the report. I was listening throughout your day, Cynthia and Jamala. I loved hearing how you talked about meeting with other members of the staff as well to make sure that the students' needs were met, whether that was communicating with the teacher and letting them know that this is what was happening, that you needed to have one-on-one, but also that your principals support you. All of my questions were answered, so I feel like by the time it gets to me, I have a comprehensive idea of what it looks like. And so thank you, because seeing the schedule, you talking about what you do during the day, your groups, that made it clear to me what's happening and what your role is, and then hearing how you interact with students. And I'm going to steal your fanny pack idea, Jamala, because I need to have some tools too. I am also grateful because I think the question that I asked in the safety portion of our reports tonight was answered with regard to the internal safety with the CPI. And if we're looking into that training for all staff and bringing it to sites, then that makes me feel better about what my ask was in that regard, that if everyone on staff knows how to handle these crisis situations and support each other, that team approach, then we're going to be much better off. And that's what I was listening for, how all of this works together at a school site. I appreciate the work that you do. I think about our mission this year, advancing teaching and learning through human connection, and that team effort, and what you're doing every day with our students is making sure that they have that human connection. So thank you.
Thank you all.
I'd like to take a 10-minute break and return at 8:25. Approval of the consent calendar. The following items listed under consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items that, being pulled by the board?
Yes.
I'm sure.
11B, excuse me, 11A, 11B,
I need E
You need E,
and I need N.
N,
Can I have C, please?
C. I'll do K, 11K. Wait, 11BK, right?
Is that
What? 11.
Scripts?
Oh, BK?
B,
Well-
subsection K.
oh,
Gotcha.
well, I have BK also, but you just
Okay.
said B, right?
You said B.
Yeah, B,
Yeah,
and
the
then
whole
it just
thing.
covers everything underneath that.
That's fine.
Well, sort of.
A,
Everything
B,
else?
E,
So
C.
A, right now I have 11A,
B,
B, C, E, N. Is that,
Yeah.
and did you want K or was K under B?
No, that's fine. A's
Okay.
under B.
Last call? You got
that's
what you
it.
need? Okay.
All right.
Good.
All right.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
I got it.
Okay, hold on. Can I do it officially, please? We are pulling items 11A, 11B, 11C, 11E, 11N to be discussed and voted on separately. This is an action item.
My motion still stands.
My second still stands.
Motion by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 11A, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, on page 24, item 10D, report on the YMCA programs. It should add that the presentation also shared that tutoring was part of the program deliverables, and it's not there in the minutes. It's not captured. Part of the presentation did say that tutoring was part of it.
Can you repeat?
The minutes?
Uh-huh.
Okay, 10D,
Uh-huh.
page 24. The report on the YMCA programs. When they did a presentation, they also shared that tutoring was part of their program deliverables, and that is not captured in the minutes.
I see on page 24 at the very bottom it says "and academic support program."
Yeah.
Would that? Is that?
That can be a lot of things.
Okay.
They used tutoring, just if you could just add you leave that, the program, but then just please add the tutoring. They used that term, and that's an item that I had a contention with from the beginning, because the contract said tutoring, but I kept getting all these different explanations about them not doing it, so if we could please clarify.
Okay, so your request is that we revise that section to add the word tutoring.
That's it, thank you.
Did you capture that, Ms. Guzman? Okay. All right.
And then number 16 on page 31, board communications. It should also mean that I also attended the Palomar Community School grand opening. That's all.
Motion to approve with edits.
Page 31.
Where it says Board Member Dominguez Cervantes attended VAPA groundbreaking
Copy that.
ceremony.
Thank you.
That's all.
It's on the next page, though.
It is? It's on the,
It's on the next page before Member Bishop.
yes,
Community schools grand openings.
yes,
That
it is there.
It doesn't say Palomar, right?
It's
Is
both.
that the
It's-
only one
it's
you
both.
attended?
Right, but no, the other one didn't happen until our next cycle. The Harborside is for this, was the following.
Oh, you just want the word Palomar entered.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes,
Who made the
I
motion?
motioned.
I second.
Clerk Fernandez. Motion by Clerk Fernandez, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. 11B, as in barn.
11BC, job descriptions, on page 5 of 37, and it's also page 19 of 37. the coordinator for Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP classified. The notes that I want to make to it is that the level of responsibility, the supervision of staff, program implementation and training implementation, the list goes on. I would ask the president to consider tabling this. I believe that it should call out essential job requirements and qualifications as we see it in other management positions. If you look at the level of responsibility, it does, the essential job requirements, if you look at the qualifications, it doesn't match what other management positions are called out if you compare it to the other.
Okay, so I understand that you're saying it doesn't match. What exactly are you saying doesn't match other management?
Let me pull that.
So are you talking under minimum qualifications?
Yes. If you look at the qualifications there, let's see here. So minimum qualifications, there's no like the years of education or experience. It just says experience providing. It could be 1 month experience. It could be 10 years experience. And some of the other job descriptions that you have, it actually even calls out 7 years experience in something. And then knowledge, skills, capabilities. This is the only one that just seemed to be lacking what you perfectly call out in some of the other job description qualifications and skills for the other positions.
Ms. Romero?
Great, thank you. So this was working in conjunction with our ELOP director in ensuring that the qualifications matched the criteria that we were looking for. If the board is interested in us making some amendments to this immediately, we can put them in right now and post it with your recommendations. So experience providing staff development, would you like,
Well, I don't know what's required for it because some of the other job descriptions that you called out, it's clearly called out, or unless we're building this job description to fit a particular individual already.
No, this is, we're expanding our net. We have a certificated ELOP coordinator, and so this was just an opportunity to expand our net and get people from either classified or certificated positions that would be into it. The minimum qualifications for this position are essential to working with providing our staff, staff development and communication and skills like that. So I hear what your ask is, and I would be open for recommendations on how we can fit your requests into it.
Mr. Romero, let me ask though. We already floated this position as a certificated and did not receive enough interest, correct?
So we have a certificated staff member in. So this is 2 positions that we have. So we've already.
But originally, the 2 were both certificated at once. We hired one certificated, and then we turned this one into a classified management position.
Yes.
In order to get a larger pool of applicants.
A larger pool of applicants.
Has that larger pool of applicants happened? I mean, do we have?
So the position is still open.
Okay.
So it hasn't closed yet, and we have had more response to this
join?
position. Mhm.
Okay.
So this is.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So this is an opportunity for a classified person to move up in the ranks and to do this kind of job. Is that correct?
That is one,
Love
but
it.
it's posted and still opportunity for a certificated staff member if they're interested as well. So we want to make sure that we're casting a wide net. As our ELP program grows, we find value in making sure that we present this opportunity for anybody who would be interested.
That's great.
I
just
feel
think
comfortable with this as written.
This is something that's going to follow us for years, where we're going to have to keep redefining the description. It should have, someone from high school could maybe do the job. It doesn't say years of experience. It has to have a time frame of to show that the person has established or showed themselves capable of.
So normally
Could be 2
job
years, 1 year.
descriptions.
Just put something.
Normally
3
job
months.
descriptions will have a minimum of graduating from high school, 6 months of experience, leading programs like this. That's something that's standard across job descriptions. Why does this not have that?
Yeah, in looking at it, there may have been priorities that were placed on minimum qualifications and less restrictions. So I don't own the writing of this. I own the approving of it. And I think one of the things that we were trying to do is...
Well, if you approved it, you own it, so...
Yeah, so completely. I'm not...
At
not-
this
not
point, I read it as if you can fog a mirror, you can get hired.
Okay.
Well, the other thing that I wanted you all to consider is maybe there's not a limit on, not a limit, but a required amount of experience, because how long has ELOP been around?
Right.
A minute.
So
More than how long?
Have a mirror,
please?
so...
2 years? Okay.
So,
And we have how long to spend it? Yeah.
well, how about if we just say preference given for experience in the education setting, so that we can get people that have already worked in classified jobs in our district to say, hey, this is an opportunity for you to step up. Because I know, like, ELOP is a different vibe than a lot of our
6 months experience.
other kinds of jobs. This is a lot of emphasis on sports, athletics, that kind of thing. And maybe somebody who has a lot more athletic background would be great for this job, and they've worked in a YSO or something like that. But perhaps we have some sort of...
The closest parallel to this would be our ACEs or anybody that has been involved with the youth development organization. That's the closest parallel that we have to ELOP. So if you wanted to put a minimum level of experience in one of those, would that hold up the process of hiring anybody if we changed that language right here, right now, and approved it? Could we
No,
even do that?
I don't believe that it would hold up. I think most of the people who are applying for this position already have that experience, because it's a management level experience.
So, Ms. Romero, why don't we do this? Why don't we add that line, and maybe would the board be okay if we add that line? That
Minimum of 1 year experience in youth development programs?
I mean, most of our people that are going to be applying for it, I think, have some experience in
Sure.
But
programs.
just to put it in there
Sure.
and
Right.
add a qualification for management?
This is a management level.
I will second that motion.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
okay, so
I move to add a minimum qualification bullet point that states that the candidate must have a minimum of 1 year experience in youth development organizations. Is that?
Got it. Thank you.
I
Move
second
to
that.
Is there
amend
a
it,
staff
don't we?
member that has a better language for that?
Think-
In
I
a youth
think
development
that's good. I
capacity?
think that's good.
Oh.
I think that's worded perfectly.
That's fine.
So that's my motion.
And
second that.
Okay, so motioned by Clerk Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Bishop, to add the bullet point with regard to requiring 1 year of experience in youth development activities. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right.
Great.
Now, there was more on
So
B
then-
though, right?
Is there anything else on?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay.
The
Those-
top of page 3 of 37, also page 21 of 37.
Oh.
The Equity and Access Coordinator.
Okay.
Give you a minute to get there.
Yep.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay, I'm just going to make comment that the job description appears to be quite extensive. The essential job functions for the Equity and Access Coordinator include district-wide diversity and equity plan, the development and delivery of training programs and opportunities that address diversity, inclusion, equal employment opportunity, affirmative action, and compliance issues in ways that meet the needs of students, employees, administrators, and partners. I just wanted to read those out loud. Thank you. The next one, unless you're going to speak to
going.
that. The top of page 6 of 37, which is also page 23 of 37. The teacher on special assignment, early childhood education. That's just updating the job description, I believe. Just a few things. While updating the job description, it does not identify a time frame for the assignment. Are we looking at a 1, a 2, a 3-year assignment? In regards to the qualifications, well, I see it as a great opportunity for an in-classroom teachers to add to their resume. And in regards to the qualification, I was surprised that this TOSA only requires a preferred 2-year experience. It seems to me like very little time to have acquired the type of experience necessary to then deliver the identified essential job functions, and then to turn around and deliver those essential job functions in a manner that would be respected by seasoned SPED teachers. I just found that 2 years seemed, that first year teacher, special ed teacher is still learning, and even in the second year, and then they're going to turn around and deliver those essential job functions to seasoned SPED teachers. I find that to be difficult to swallow. Dr.
So,
Rios?
Ms. Romero, can you speak to the minimum qualifications, and so the difference between minimum qualifications to apply versus to actually get hired, or why is it 2 years versus, is this common in other TOSA positions?
Right, so this
or can we change it, or where are we with this?
Yeah, I mean, we could change that. It doesn't mean that there's 2 years experience in teaching. Part of we've gone through a change in the transitional kindergarten. While the program has existed for multiple years, the requirements that districts are mandated to have transitional kindergarten are new. So our certificated staff, as opposed to our permit staff. So this is for a certificated staff member, which is different than a permit staff member, which would be our preschool teacher. So this position, we haven't had a lot of people in early childhood education that are certificated. So this is a certificated position. And even though we have teachers that have been, like, let's just say kindergarten for a dozen years, that's not identified as early childhood education.
Right.
So the early identification markers of transitional kindergarten, which we used to consider pre-K, that is a newer position and a newer defined early childhood opportunity. So there's no magic behind, the 2 years. The emphasis, though, would be on someone who can provide this support. So if the teacher comes in to apply for this position and they've been teaching kindergarten for 15 years, but then have 2 years experience in early childhood, I'd say they would be super qualified for the position. And I think that if we put anything more than that, I don't know if we have anybody who would be able to apply for that position, just because transitional kindergarten hasn't been something in existence for that long. So anything more than 2 years, I think we're going to run ourselves very difficult in trying to find someone that can.
So they don't have to just have the 2 years in early childhood. They could have been certificated teacher. Is this something that's normally discussed with CVE, or
So this
was
one,
it?
yeah, this one we did
Okay.
talk about it. I know that Dr. Reyes also talked about it. I know that Sharon
Okay.
Casey met with CVE, and this isn't a new position. As you can
Right.
see, like we had it back in.
Thank you for the
90s.
clarification.
course.
Okay, so then the next one is, if I move on, do I move on?
I just wanted to clarify for you that job descriptions aren't going to have like a 2-year, they're not position specific. Those are negotiated between labor and the district. It's just like a teacher job description's not going to say for 5 years, because I've been teaching for 27, so I would have had to give it up at that time, right? So
Mhm.
it's just the description of that job and the teacher's responsibility, or the employee's responsibilities. It won't have a time frame.
All right, thank you. And the next one, on page 25 of 37, the teacher on special assignment, special education. This one appears to be a new position. And again, my similar question, are we looking at a 1-year, 2-year, 3-year assignment? I think that it's important that we call it out. We're going to be removing a teacher from, we hear the problem with that being enough teachers out there, and then we're going to remove them.
That's what I was just explaining to you.
Right.
This is just the description of the job that they will be doing. This isn't a time frame. It's not a contract.
So how do we know that the person is ever going to go back out to the field?
That's in Dr. Reyes.
So, for example, we have, let's say, our impact teachers. When we had the impact teacher position, it was supposed to be only for 1 year. This is our 3rd year. And now the question is going to be, well, are we going to continue or not continue? So we might continue for a 4th year. So whenever, and that would be a out of the classroom position. So
Okay.
same with this one. So it depends on many different factors.
need.
Correct. The need, the funding, the need. There are many different factors that would make it 1 year, 2 year, 5 years time frame.
All right, I just didn't want it to be substitute an assignment that possibly needed to be created at the district level and not having to pull staff out from doing their job. That's where I was coming from. Because if it's an assignment we needed someone to be doing, then we should be looking at it more as a permanent position and not pulling a certificated teacher from out there, a sped teacher. Did you want to comment on the same thing?
It's my understanding that this person is going to be helping sped teachers be improve at their improve being able to do their job better. Is that the idea? Is to train sped teachers and support sped teachers? Is that the idea?
Ms. Casey, can you speak to that?
Yes, so we see a need in our classrooms for teachers to have training. We're talking about behavior and curriculum and helping to implement classroom management and those things. So a seasoned teacher who understands their role going in working alongside them is valuable. So that's the reason this position is there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next one is page 23 of 37, the district community school director. Quick question. This job calls out for 7 years essential job requirements. I just wanted to know what that salary schedule range E was. It just says range E, and I wasn't going to look through 1,000 pages to figure out what that was. You can tell me later if you want. Page 23 of 37, the district community school director. That was different one. I'm sorry. 20. Okay, 6 of 37. I'm sorry. District community school director. $36. Thank you.
So range E starts at 508 per day with a 223 day per year schedule.
What was it?
For the year, the work year is 223. It starts at 508 per day, and it step 5 would be 589 per day.
Thank you. I'm done there.
Okay. This is an action item. Oh, wait, sorry.
B sub.
I had other Bs. I didn't know.
Sorry.
You got more on B?
I just have real quick, just to clarify, the regional intervention program on page 15 of 37, regional intervention program, providing training to staff, services, blah, blah, blah. Is that our PIP program? Fantastic. So we finally got the contract. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes. On item B, subsection K, consultants. First question, Apex Fun Run, South California. It says that this is free of charge to the district. I want to know how they make money.
Dr. Reyes?
That's rude.
It is rude? Yes.
Is that a rhetorical?
So there's no cost to the district. They have a service charge that they charge to the school sites for providing this incentive. So just like you do a candy sale, they get prizes and T-shirts and things like that. So, and I know this as a parent, not as somebody who is in charge of Apex, but based on the amount of funding that the school raises, it's a scale of, if you raise X amount of money, then they charge you this much. But they provide T-shirts, they provide the coaches, they provide week-long incentives. There's, they throw pies in kids' faces. They give away frisbees. So it's a pretty standard program that are in many of our schools. There is no cost to the district, but of course they're making money just like a candy sale.
I would like a report on how much money they're making out of this district.
I also have more on BK. I just thought we were doing the other ones first.
Do you just want Apex, or do you want all of the fun runs? Because there are multiple
There's
different
more fun runs?
Yeah.
There are multiple different fun run companies.
Yes, all of those that are free to the district.
So if you can work on a report and then we'll do a board update.
Yeah.
Are you still okay with okaying this at this time? Or do you want to pull it from the thing?
No, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Point of clarification, is it just the fun runs? Because there's multiple other, there's other things that we use.
How much work do you want?
If transparency is what the ask
Yes.
is, everything from our photographers, there's no cost to the district, but yet they're making money, and offsetting it through a fundraiser for PTCs. I'm in favor of this if that's the ask, because I think transparency would provide us good opportunities to see what we're paying in services.
All right, all of them.
Cool.
And we'll give you more time.
Yeah.
Talk to the council PTAs. They can help you with a lot
Is
of
that the
that.
only one?
No, I do have a question on this. DUDEC Inc. Will provide environmental services in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. What is that?
Mr. Esquivel?
Forgot the button. Excuse me. So what that is, we're requesting approval from DUDEC to perform environmental services on a potential school site property at the Millennia Project. It's a project that we need to expedite, given the mitigation agreement that we need to take acquisition of the site. So what we did is we requested proposals from a couple vendors. DUDEC provided the fair and reasonable price for that service, requesting approval. At the same time, we are requesting requests for qualifications from multiple vendors for future projects, and that will be taken to the board at a future board meeting. But for this vendor, we needed to expedite the approval process to keep us in line with the purchasing of that site.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for me on K. Yes.
Yeah, yes, consultants. On page 13 of 27, Vincent Pompey. So if we also look at page 21 of 37, which I read out some of the essential job functions for the equity and access coordinator. So to my staff, we've already had a few years of Pompey's trainings. What is different this year is that now we're getting an equity and access coordinator. And I refer you to page 21 of 37, the equity and access coordinator job description on how would the equity and access coordinator job not address the state requirements. And I'm asking you to work with me. Look at dot points number 3, 5, and especially 9. It includes the diversity, the equity, the inclusion, and much more. If for nothing else, the contract of Pompey is to pay him $40,600 for what the equity and access coordinator is supposed to cover. $40,600 for what the paying someone else for what the equity and access coordinator is supposed to cover. It just doesn't make, even if we're just looking at the fiscal piece of it, it makes no sense. That's got nothing to do with my views on what Pompey delivers, but the point being is we're getting a new equity and access coordinator. Why do we have to pay out more money to Pompey for something this coordinator is supposed to cover?
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Casey, could you share the work, the work that Dr. Pompey does, but also the work that the new coordinator, equity and access coordinator, would do?
So Vinnie Pompey is specializing in the LGBTQ youth and is going to be consulting and coaching our district staff around providing supports for the LGBTQ community and around the educational code and federal guidelines. And so we can come in and coach to make sure that we're up to date and wrapping our arms around this community. The Equity and Access Coordinator will be doing that work for all groups and working alongside our district staff and teams to support all work around equity and all groups in the
I
community.
appreciate that description, and like you said, this Equity and Access Coordinator is going to encompass all. So isn't the LGBTQ family part of the all? I just can't wrap myself around segregating or separating any one group, because I see that as separating them when if the point is to include them and we're excluding them, well, that's oxymoron. We're including, then this Equity and Access Coordinator maybe can include some of these items that others might feel are not going to be what this Equity and Access Coordinator has done. I don't want to get into the minutia of things because it can get rather contentious, but I do have recordings of the original trainings that Mr. Pompey gave, and I can't share them because the persons that recorded them are afraid. Okay, then when Mr. Pompey thought I was going to attend a training that I did not attend, that even my colleague, my trustee colleague, Kate Bishop, thought I had attended, it was recorded and it was quite different. So I beg to differ. I'm asking for some kind of meet me halfway here. You know, if this Equity and Access Coordinator can encompass what you feel is not being included, well, tell them to include it. We're saving $40,600 on someone who the Equity and Access Coordinator can include it. That's my point of view, and I don't see how this person can, the coordinator that we're going to hire, can't do that job. And in light of our current financial status, that's $40,600 that we don't need to also pay out.
May I ask a question? In terms of our Equity and Access Coordinator, I'm excited about the idea of getting somebody in this space because we've been not having somebody in that position for a while, and I think it's such an important role. And I do agree with my colleague that LGBTQ issues should definitely be within the realm of the Equity and Access Coordinator, but I also feel like that person's job is not necessarily to be a subject matter expert. And I feel like Vinnie Pompey has, for many years, put on professional development trainings that have made our students safer by creating staff members who understand the community better and can create safe spaces in their classrooms. And so I value the things that Mr. Pompey brings to this table and brings to this district. Though this person, this Equity and Access Coordinator, indeed should have that, have LGBTQ support as part of their role, I think it's still important to defer to subject matter experts at the times that we need subject matter experts.
I'm going to motion to approve this item.
Oh.
Second.
Have we gone through?
That's what we just did.
We just discussed item 11B and K for quite a while, and I don't know that any other items in that section, so.
Do you have anything
it's
else
been
from that?
motioned
I'd call
and
the question.
seconded, and he called the question, which means we need to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries 4-1. Item 11C.
Yes, Madam President, I pulled this because I think it's an important moment to acknowledge the Indigenous Peoples Day in October. I would like to read the resolution aloud. It's not that long of a resolution, if that's okay. Thank you so much.
Can I make a comment on that? Where was everyone when I voted to name that school that we just voted on last month, Kumeyaay School?
We were voting for Sonia Sotomayor.
Well, no, but I mean, if we wanted to recognize the Kumeyaay peoples, this land that we're on, why did no one voted for it but me?
There's actually a Kumeyaay Elementary very near here. I didn't want to vote for it because I didn't want to create confusion, to be quite honest. But I do acknowledge that we are on Kumeyaay land, and I would love to have a land acknowledgement at the beginning of every meeting, but that's beside the point. Okay. Whereas the district recognizes that the indigenous peoples of the lands that would later become known as the Americas have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and whereas the district values the many contributions made through indigenous peoples' knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and countless other fields, and whereas Indigenous Peoples Day highlights a commitment to ensure educational equity and access to support Indigenous American learners to thrive academically, and whereas Indigenous Peoples Day encourages schools and districts to adopt practices and programs that value and use students' languages and cultural assets to promote long-term academic achievement, and whereas San Diego County has 18 federally recognized Indigenous American reservations, more than any other county in the nation, and about 2,500 Native American students in the county's K-12 public schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Chula Vista Elementary School District recognizes Indigenous Peoples Day on the second Monday of October.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is
Motion to approve. Second.
moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Clerk Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. 11E, Trustee Fernandez.
I pulled E because in my capacity at my work, at my 9 to 5, I work closely with the middle school athletic league, so I will need to abstain, and I'll also need somebody else to make the motion.
I move to approve.
I second the motion.
Moved by Vice President Tamayo, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Abstention.
Oh, sorry, abstention.
I abstain.
Motion carries 4 with 1 abstention. 4 to 1?
Right.
4 to 0.
4 to 0, sorry. All right, item 4N. Trustee Tamayo, or 11N, sorry.
11N.
Trustee Tamayo.
11N. Did I pull that one?
Yep.
I think you did.
All right, let's talk about Tapatio.
Talk about snacks.
No, I pulled it.
You
know what?
pulled
I
it,
pulled it. I
yes.
just wanted to know, Oscar probably has this answer. What is the threshold of money spent where we have to do a request for proposal? Like, we don't do it for like a $10,000.
No, typically it's, the minimum threshold is about 109,000, and that changes each year based on the public contract code and inflation index.
Okay. So if one particular vendor we were to spend under that amount, we would not need to do a request for a proposal. But I know that ELOP, we're gonna have to spend a lot of
Yeah.
money for a lot of kids.
Yeah, and we wanted to get a competitive process
Okay.
to get a couple of vendors, and we're going to use both El Tapatio and OKC
Okay.
at various schools.
Okay. I will move to approve.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So we're providing snacks and meals depending on what the timing is for
Right.
those ELOP programs?
During the school year, there's snacks, and then during the breaks, there's the breakfast and lunch and snacks.
Thank you for that clarification.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Fernandez, seconded by Vice President Tamayo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At this time, I would like to welcome Mr. Romero to announce our newly hired and promoted employees.
Oh. Did we skip that?
Yeah.
I'll explain.
What number was that?
Okay.
President Ugarte, Superintendent Dr. Reyes, our governing board, and our community. It's with pleasure today that I announce our recently promoted employees, starting off with Samantha Alvarez, who's moving from Human Resources Technician 3 to Human Resources Technician 4. Congratulations, Samantha. Dulce Angulo, who's an instructional assistant preschool, who's moving to a student attendant. Congratulations, Dulce. William Bortolero, who's an instructional assistant, who's moving to an expanded learning site lead. Congratulations, William. Amor Mina Cajes, more commonly known around here as Amy, who's moving from Clerk 2 to Administrative Secretary 1. Congratulations, Amy. Veronica Campos, who's moving from a Child Nutrition Services 1 to a Student Attendant. Congratulations, Veronica. Calypso Ceja, who's moving from an Instructional Assistant to a Permit Teacher. Congratulations, Calypso. Cecilia Chacon, who's moving from a English Learner Service to a Support Supervisor in our Expanded Learning Program. Congratulations, Cecilia. Margarita Duarte, who's moving from Student Attendant to an Expanded Learning Site Lead. Congratulations, Margarita. Liliana Guillet, who's moving from Nutritional Services 1 to a Nutritional Services 3. Congratulations, Liliana. Lucila Gonzalez, who's moving from CNS 1 to CNS 3. Congratulations, Lucia. Danielle Jimenez, who's moving from an Instructional Assistant Special Education to Expanded Learning Site Lead. Congratulations, Daniela. Marcy Lacey, who's moving from Instructional Assistant Special Education to a Student Attendant. Congratulations, Marcy. Claudia Melvin, who's moving from Charter Custodian to Groundskeeper Gardener. Congratulations, Claudio. Jessica Mendez, who's moving from Instructional Assistant Special Education to an Expanded Learning Site Lead. Congratulations. Natasha Parker Cisneros, who's moving from Student Attendant to Expanded Learning Site Lead. Congratulations, Natasha. Brenda Perez, who's moving from an Instructional Assistant to an Extended Learning Site Lead. Congratulations, Brenda. Sylvia Ramos Harp, who's moving from School Health Clerk to School Secretary. Congratulations, Sylvia. Veronica Rahman, Student Attendant, ELOP, Veronica Rahman, who's moving from Student Attendant to ELOP Site Lead. Congratulations, Veronica. Maria Pilar Sanchez, who's moving from Instructional Assistant to Student Attendant. Congratulations, Maria. Marcela Silvia, who's moving from Noon Duty Supervisor to Instructional Assistant Transitional Kindergarten. Congratulations, Marcela. And finally, Charlene Verdugo, who's moving from Noon Duty Supervisor to Student Attendant. Congratulations, Charlene. And that completes our newly promoted employees.
Congratulations. All right. Congratulations, everyone. Public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary at the start of the meeting or call 619-679-9001 prior to the start of the meeting. Telephone line opens 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. None. We have no public comment on the hearing. We will be conducting a public hearing regarding sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement and adopt the resolution for the 23-24 school year regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and the Williams class action settlement with the state of California. Ms. Morales.
Thank you, President Ugarte. I'm going to hand this over to Rochelle Carroll, who oversaw this process. But before I do, I'm happy to report that we did not have any findings or complaints this year. So we're very excited to report that. And Rochelle did an awesome job overseeing this and helping coordinate the efforts around it. So I'm going to hand it over to her.
Thank you, Mrs. Morales, and thank you all, everybody. Just to touch base on the background information, the Williams class action settlement case was filed as a class action in 2000 in San Francisco County Superior Court. The basis of the lawsuit was that state educational agencies failed to provide public school students with equal access to instructional materials, safe and decent school facilities, and qualified teachers. So since the 2004-2005 school year, the San Diego County Office of Education has conducted annual visits. And as Ms. Morales said, when they conducted those visits to two of our schools, Lauterbach and Harborside, we had no findings, and so we had sufficient instructional materials and wonderful facilities. So excellent reports there from the county. They were very pleased. And so in this work, we are additionally, the board must conduct a public hearing to make a determination and adopt a resolution every year that every student has sufficient course, subject, textbooks, instructional materials consistent with the content and cycles of the state framework. The board is required to submit the resolution to the California Department of Education. So in the actual resolution, we do have one oversight in the last portion of the resolution, and that was with our textbooks. And so it says mathematics, the mathematics curriculum must go math. Right now we are using the Curriculum and Associates iReady supplemental math program that we're using right now, and our science program is Imagine Learning Twig Science. So we will make those modifications to the resolution and ask that you go ahead and approve this, and we can file that on.
I move to approve.
Hold on. Oh. I am now opening the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, I'm now closing the public hearing.
I move to approve.
With changes.
Second.
With changes.
With the modifications mentioned by Ms. Carroll.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Fernandez. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Administrative action items. Approve the submittal of the 2022-23 year-end summary of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. Mr. Esquivel.
Thank you, President Ugarte. We're providing the 2022-23 unaudited actuals financial report. And this report compares the final numbers, 22-23 unaudited, to our estimated actuals. If you recall, in June, the Board of Education approved the budget, but also approved the estimated actuals. And that included the revenues based on the May revise, because at the time we did not have the state budget in our hands to prepare that information. The expenditures were estimated through April, because we had to have the information to prepare the estimated actuals. So now we have the unaudited actuals. The books were closed end of August, and you'll see the general fund. Overall, we provide the standardized account code structure reports with all funds, and those are sent to the county office. We're concentrating here on the general fund. General fund changes, you'll see the revenues, expenditures. You'll see the increase overall, about almost $21 million, $20.9 million. Beginning balance, there's no change, and you'll see the ending balance. If you look to the right-hand side, you'll see the majority of that change is on the restricted fund balance, $16.7 million, and you'll see about $2.7 million with the unrestricted reserve for economic uncertainties. So this is a general fund, and the general fund is made up of unrestricted and restricted. So you see the total balances on your right-hand side. You'll see the total ending balance, almost split 50-50 between unrestricted and restricted. And you'll see the designations on the unrestricted and restricted. You'll see that's $77 million in restricted fund balances, designations. And just really quick, just wanted to show you the reserve for economic uncertainties going from 8.1 to 9.15%. So again, you see the designations on the restricted side. So this shows on the total amount of designations for 22-23. You'll see the largest amounts there are the restricted fund balances at $77 million. The next largest item you'll see is the post-COVID-19 services and staffing, and then you'll see the textbook adoption. So that was in 22-23. We're setting aside for the future adoption, about 6 million, and then 1.2 of that was for the adoption that was implemented this year. So wanted to show you the restricted designation changes. Excuse me, at estimated actuals, those were based on the May revise, and the governor had, in his May revise, made reductions to the arts, music, and the learning recovery block grants. And at final numbers and proposed budget, which was a reflection of the 22 numbers, those reductions were reduced. And you'll see the majority of that in the increase 6 million for arts, music, and learning recovery, almost $5 million of that change. The other items, you'll see the ELOP as we finished up the 22-23 year. Those are $22.6 million. Again, that was carried over from the prior year. Other restricted local funds, you'll see there, primarily the LEA medical billings there, and restricted lottery. So we saw earlier on the second slide, the unrestricted reserve increase 8.1 to $9.1 million, or about $2.7 million. The changes are on top. You'll see the revenues, expenditures, contributions. Those are from unrestricted to restricted, and the designation changes. So I'll provide a little bit of detail for each one of those. You'll see the unrestricted revenue changes, the majority of that. You'll see in the LCFF funding, that was due to a prior year adjustment, EPA funding, federal revenues, interest revenue, the end of year revenues from the county office, not county office, but the county treasurer. And then the fair market value adjustment, that's a required accounting standards adjustment that we have to make to determine the market value of the investments compared to the actual value when we make that adjustment. And then you'll see the unrestricted expenditure changes. Largest change there are salaries and benefits, as we saw the finalized certificated and classified costs and benefit costs for the end of the year. Services and operating expenditures, about 2/3 of that has to do with the solar credits that we received based on our solar project, about 800,000 plus that we received the last quarter of the year. The other savings was in independent contractor savings with nursing costs. And then you'll see special contribution overall 2.7 decrease. The special education decrease was primarily focused on the instructional assistant in special education. We saw savings there, salaries, and fringe benefits. Routine restricted maintenance, that was a decrease. The requirement is that the 3% of general fund expenditures be calculated on the unaudited expenditures. So as we finalize our books, then we true that up to that 3% amount. And then just some of the changes in the unrestricted designations that has an effect on the reserve. The largest is the textbook adoption of about $1.2 million. That had to do with the 23-24 adoption. At the end of the year, there was additional materials that were needed for the current year adoption that were needed to be designated to pay in the 23-24 year. And so those are the final numbers that we have unaudited. Our external auditor will come in the next couple of months to go in and do the financial review and the compliance review on all the programs, and then that audit report on the unaudited will be completed by end of December, and we'll take that audit report to the Board of Education in January. One item I want to bring to your attention is that on Monday, the California Department of Education updated their standard, their SACs, or standard account code structure reports, and one of the items, reports that were on the agenda item was updated. Minor changes just on the Form CA that was provided, but we just want to give you note of that. Doesn't impact any of the information that's provided tonight on the presentation, but I just want to provide that information to you.
What does it impact?
It impacts the GAN limit, which was approved previously. That was a major change.
Board questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam President. I have two questions. Question number one, the services and operating expenditures, unrestricted expenditure change of just under 1.4 million. And you said that that was mostly from our solar?
Correct. At the end of the year, the SDG&E trued up the solar credits for us, and that happened April, May, and June. So those were the items that we
Bless you.
bless you. And so that we did not have that information until we closed the books. That came in June and July.
Do you recall how much I'm sorry, just to that point.
Yeah.
Do you recall how much we saved? Because I know it was estimated it would be like $800K a year.
The actual savings, the credits were probably about closer to $1 million for the year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the credits, not the
Yeah,
savings, but yeah, $1 million, huh?
yeah.
Wow. That's good stuff.
Woohoo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my follow-up question to that is this going to be an ongoing expectation of savings?
We are hopeful that that is, but we're looking at, because during the year, we only realized the ongoing monthly savings at the end of through the estimated actuals, and that was through April expenditures, and these came in at the end of the year. Hopefully, there's a more consistent credits throughout the year that we'll realize.
So when we make the next budget as we're moving forward, will this number be the number we're going off of, or are we still counting on the idea that we might be surprised by this every time?
We'll go in and look at those credits if it was specific to specific usage, then from the prior months, then yeah, we would definitely go in and adjust the cost. At the same time, monitoring the current billings.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. And then my other question is on slide 9, contribution changes, special ed decrease, $1,736,068. How did that happen exactly?
So we're looking at the end of the year, we drew up the projected estimated cost of instructional assistance, or actually all costs in general fund, and specifically to this special education cost, close to about $700,000 or $800,000 was a true up of the classified instructional assistant, student attendant cost estimates.
So we overestimated how
Correct.
many people we were going to need in SPED?
Correct. Or the actual costs, because we may have had in there that we're going to have full employment of certain positions, and we typically we're looking at between 400 to 500 bodies that are, and so there's a lot of changes that happen. May not have had all the positions filled throughout the last few months, so there were
So
savings.
this isn't necessarily a good thing. This is we didn't necessarily have
Correct, and
all
then
the people in the classroom that we needed, kind of thing.
correct.
Got it. Okay.
And then there's some material savings that we saw at the end of the year.
So yay, question mark. Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Done for me, thank you.
The textbook adoption that you referred to, which one was it?
Oh, excellent. Oops. The $1.2 million, that was the textbook adoption, that was the science.
So that was a Twig Science and Benchmark Phonics and iReady Math. So the additional materials that were needed, because we had some increases in numbers, we had some combination classes, and making sure that our special education students in RSP and mild mod SDC had the materials that they needed.
All right, thank you.
As always, thank you. That was concise. 7 minutes. Just a little over 7. I thank
Sorry
you.
about
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Fernandez. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Get you to your plane, sir.
Okay.
Sweaty.
First and second reading board policies, administrative regulations, and board bylaws. First reading possible revision administrative regulation 4012.4, all personnel occupational health services pre-employment physical exam. Ms. Morales.
Mr. Romero?
Thank you. So this is an update to our board policy as what we do to test for pre-employment screening. With California legalizing marijuana, we don't want to limit our employees' ability to obtain work by restricting something that is legal in our state. So with the exception of our drivers and our bus drivers, we are eliminating the testing of marijuana as it is a legal to use in California.
Any questions or comments from the board?
So alcohol is legal too, so if you see alcohol in their test, or they pass?
So no, we test for alcohol as well.
Right, so
So someone who is intoxicated, so the half-life of alcohol is in your system, and so it has a half-life of 1 hour. So an employee who showed up and was intoxicated for their test, that would be noted, and we would take that into consideration whether we would offer employment or not.
With alcohol, there's a certain level, well, even when you're driving, you can get a ticket for driving under the influence of marijuana because you're still under the influence.
Right, and so we're continuing to test our driving positions, and so our drivers fall under the Department of the State Transportation Department. So they're still being tested, and they cannot test positive for marijuana.
So, but even any other, like a teacher, I don't want someone high on weed teaching my grandkids.
No, so
That's a
great
bottom-
comment. So we're not allowing, we're a drug and alcohol-free work zone, so they are not allowed to be under the influence of alcohol or marijuana or any other substance while at work.
So this only applies for the pre-employment testing. So, for example, somebody that used marijuana on the weekend, on a Saturday, if they come, let's say that they test 2 weeks later, it might still be in. It might still show positive.
I understand that.
However,
I have law enforcement in my family. I know that.
Correct. So anyone who's under the influence of any substance or alcohol at work, absolutely no.
So how are you going to differentiate how high they are or how low they are? How are we going to? I need to be really clear on this. This is a big alert for me. How do we distinguish between how high they are, how much cannabis they have in their system? How do we distinguish how much is too much when they're testing them?
Mr. Romero?
So currently, we have employees who tested 2 years ago, got into their district. They are still legally allowed to use marijuana on the weekend. So we use every indication on their behavior to judge whether they are safe to students. Dr. Reyes has made it a priority for our principals to be in classrooms and doing observations. It is through observations is the number one key indicator for when an adult or a child is under the influence. We're not advocating for anybody to use any substance that's not legal in the state of California. What we're doing is we're advocating for what is now the rights of our citizens to use whatever they want to use on the weekends that are legal, including alcohol, including marijuana. So currently, I just want to restate, we could have an employee that tested 10 years ago and using weed on Saturday, and we have no say in what they can do.
I understand. We don't have any say what porn shops they go into either. I don't want it in my school.
No, different area.
This is
So I understand your concern. Now, what I hear from staff is that the testing is meant for pre-employment, right? Now, what we allow during the workday or the school day is very different. So somebody that is high wouldn't be allowed in the classroom. Somebody that is drunk wouldn't be allowed in the classroom. What is that policy, if you can explain?
Yeah, zero tolerance for anyone under the influence
Of
while
alcohol
alcohol or drugs, any drug, while alcohol, while at work.
So only if we observe that. Like if I close my eyes right now and try to do this, I wouldn't pass that test. I'm not drinking. So the observations is going to be what guides us to that next step as far as evaluating whether that person may or may not be. Some of them may even be prescription drugs. You still, if you're supposed to be home and not be driving, there's certain things you shouldn't be around children. I'm
So
just very concerned where we're opening up this can of worms. I think this needs to be.
Dr. Reyes, maybe you can explain our process when we observe a subject that is maybe under the influence. What are the next steps for us?
Yeah, so any employee who is reported possibly being under the influence, the procedure is obviously the administrator in charge would immediately go see the person, and I'm saying employee because it could be anyone. If it is believed that the person is under the influence of any substance or alcohol, we do call CVPD, Chula Vista PD, or San Diego, or sheriff, depending on the jurisdiction. We get law enforcement involved. We get them tested, and if they show positive, if the results come out positive, then we take the appropriate action.
I knew that. I'm just wondering why we're.
As a clarifying question, when we are doing an employment screening test for a new employee, a potential hire, we're testing for everything. It's just we're not, based on this, we wouldn't not allow a person to work for our district if cannabis did show up in their test on some level. Obviously something that was ridiculous, or even if alcohol showed up when they did the test, the half-life of alcohol is like a cup, like as you say, an hour, right? So they'd be drunk doing their test. They would be disqualified at that point from having alcohol in their system when they took the test. Is that correct?
Yeah, pre-employment screening is an employee that enters the district. We have the authority to look at those tests and make those decisions. A pre-employment screening, they're not part of the union yet, right? They're not part of any associated group. So we have the authority to take that information and make, decisions based on those findings. There is levels of substances that come into it, into play. And so absolutely, it's not ruling out that the test is being given. It's ruling out how we would look at that test and not exclude them. Someone who attended a Cypress Hill concert, and there's someone smoking weed next to them, they then apply for the position, and just because they were at the Cypress Hill concert the night before, now they're going to test positive for
Right.
I don't know what they call it when it's that close contact. What's it called?
A contact high.
Contact high. There you go.
I would not know.
Contact high.
but-
So because of contact high, they're now not going to be a teacher.
Yeah. I just, we're talking about, there's a lot of people that take like a gummy to sleep at night, for example, that might pop on a test.
What's the gummy?
But they're, a cannabis gummy. Yeah, cannabis comes in gummy form sometimes. And there are some people that take it
Some
in
people
order
have
to
them.
sleep. Anyway, the point is that it is a legal thing that in California, and some people take it for very reasonable reasons, and them having it in their system because it has such a long half-life, as you say, it would still show up in their system. It's not that they would be high going to work at all. It would just be that they are using it as adults in their world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Clerk Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries 4-1.
Next.
First and second readings of possible revision to proposed revisions to Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5111.1 District Residency. Ms. Casey.
Yes, thank you. So this is updated to align with current state legislation, but the big change here would be that students wouldn't have to establish residency on an annual basis. They would just continue being enrolled in our districts each year.
They would not, is that what you said?
They would not have to establish residency each year. Great.
Any questions from the board? Yeah. This is an action item.
I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Moved by Clerk Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm not sure I understand.
Would
No one, so you don't have to establish residency?
you do it once when you enter, but you don't do it every year.
You don't do it every year?
Unless you move.
Unless you, yeah.
So why did we have to bring it up again? What happened?
Because we were doing it every year, and now it's a change. Once you enter the district, you don't have to redo it every year. Like if I attend Hilltop Middle Elementary, and then I prove residency there as a first grader, when I enter second grade, I don't have to prove it again. In third grade, I don't have to prove it again. Because this year, yeah, unless you move. Currently, we have to prove it every year.
So does the form say that if you move, you have a requirement to, as long as that clause is there, then I'm fine with it?
Yes.
So you're
I'm a yes.
okay. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously. All right. General information items reports. Report calendar to the Board of Education. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Last month, we received a report on the tutoring.
This is if you want to report.
Correct.
The next one.
So I guess won't give you the background. Can I please get the site-specific tutoring that is done at each site? We got a report of a roll-up of how much tutoring and what different types of tutoring was done. But when I speak to parents and even some teachers, they don't even know that they have tutoring at that school. So if I could get a site-specific, what kind of tutoring is being done at each site, so at the very least we can inform the teachers so that they know that there's tutoring being done in their school, and to what extent, or is it just homework assistance? That's one report. Should I continue? Okay.
So Ms. Would that be Carol?
Would you like on
Could you do a report and then submit it, or yeah, work it, and then submit it with in one of the Friday updates? So do you mind if you give us maybe a couple of weeks?
That's fine.
Okay.
And then maybe we could roll it up here to the board. I'm sure the public would like to know where there's tutoring in their schools. And Dr. Reyes, you and I spoke about this earlier, about the difference about our wellness coordinator. I wanted to know what kind of difference they were making in regards to the absenteeism, since that causes quite a bit of a problem for us. We got a wellness coordinator, and I was wondering what kind of outreach, and you were going to ask her to provide what kind of progress we've made or impact.
Yes. So you're talking about the attendance impact, correct? Right. Would the board want that in the Friday update or in a board report?
Either first fine by me.
Friday update's fine with me. I don't know about the rest.
Okay. So
Friday.
Yeah.
Friday. Could you get Ms. Heather Cruz to do a report?
Absolutely.
On
Okay. And during August board meeting, I requested an organizational chart, and Dr. Reyes, you have already spoke about it. It's more, I'm just bringing it up here so we keep the request on the radar, on our radar. So I'd like to know what people do, who they report to. The other pending item is the request for the procedures or clarification for employee retention. It was part of the general information items for last month. It was requested then.
Yeah, we're trying to write this down.
It's part of last month's. If you see item 15A, the report, page 31, and it's the procedures or clarification for what are we doing for employee retention. They said there was something out there, and I think we should all know what we're doing specifically to retain our employees. It's part of last month's. And last month we spoke briefly on it. I didn't catch it on the minutes, but I'll bring it here. We spoke about what impact bilingual pay, and I believe President Ugarte, you brought it up, or Dr. Reyes, about bilingual pay, what the impact would be just to see. I know that right now we're really keeping an eye on our budget, but would like to know what that is.
Bilingual pay?
Exactly.
The stipend, you
for
mean?
stipend, excuse me, yes. For like you have your bilingual teachers that are teaching different and they're creating different material than your English only speaking teachers. And I just wanted to know what the impact was.
So we can do something in closed session as we are bargaining.
That's fine.
We can include it in the bargaining session, Mr. Esquivel.
That's fine.
You good?
And one last thing, and it came up in the meeting today, excuse me, how staff can anonymously share something with, we need to find out more. There's people that are sharing different things with different board members, and if there was a mechanism, if they could drop something somewhere anonymously, that might help us address issues before they escalate. I don't know if that's a report. I don't know if what that is.
So thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, because for us to be able to take action, we need to know what's happening, right? And then we need to know specifically what's happening. When we hear things like, a student is this happening to a student, well, we need to know what exactly is happening and to who. And so, absolutely, one of the things that people can do is they can actually use Let's Talk, and we do get a lot of reports through Let's Talk, and as soon as we get them, we do follow up right away. But so that's one of the mechanisms. But we'll be happy to see if there's a second mechanism.
Anonymous way.
A second.
I don't know if this is a
Let's
good.
Talk is anonymous.
I'm sorry?
It can be.
I don't know if this is the right time for Ms. Casey to be able to share what she was able to do with the request that we also had the report
Yes.
on the SPED.
So Ms. Casey, can you share regarding the supplies and materials that the special ed students needed and what you did, and maybe we can do that in other situations?
Sure. So I put a survey out to all of our special education staff, including our SLPs, to see if there was any materials that were part of a student's IEP that they were missing to be able to give them the access to those goals and services. And so they were able to answer those questions, and we took that and put it into an Excel, and we had about 115 people respond. 67 of them said that they needed supplies that they had reached out for but hadn't received yet. So our team split that up into school sites and are working on getting those supplies for those staff members. So if we don't know what they're missing or don't know what the needs they have, unless they come to us, it's hard for us to know exactly how to support.
Yeah. So as we move forward, I think as we notice more things, where maybe we get information from one or two teachers, but we think it might be more than just one or two teachers. Maybe we can be proactive and send the information and request the information from them.
Yes, and I reached out a few times, and then the individual teachers were reaching out to me also, so that was a great way to get their input.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just have one question, and I don't know if this is for presentation or what, but I was just wondering, following up on the resolution passed on May 31st, part of the resolution asked for us to do a consultation group, LGBTQ consultation group made up of stakeholders, and I was just wondering if we have formed that yet, or if there's a process by which people need to put in to try and be a part of that.
Yes. So Ms. Casey, once the equity person comes on board, can you make sure that happens?
Absolutely, and Vinny Pompey's consult is part of his contract, so I'll support that work.
Thank you so much. That concludes my request.
Trustee Fernandez?
I see we're booked up until November. Maybe second semester I will ask for a report from the Pupil Services Department about what services and support they provide to school sites. That's it for now.
All right, I have a laundry list here, and they're all Friday update reports.
Good job.
So, kudos on that. I need a report on a compensation study for all teachers. So, what our teachers make compared to our neighboring districts. I need also a report on what is our substitute paid compared to other districts, and what substitute challenges have we been facing. I also need a report on what is our literacy from our schools, the level of literacy. So how many are meeting reading at the grade level, how many are not, and what ideas do we have to close that?
I'm sorry, per site?
Per site. I need to know how many behavior technicians, registered behavior technicians do we have, and what is the plan to with that group. I also need to know what happened to PIP and what are we doing there. I would like to know what are we doing regarding teachers taking away recess from kids. I know that we passed something on the board to prevent that from happening, and I still hear that it's happening. So how are we informing teachers that that's not a good practice anymore in this district? And whose responsibility is that?
Point of clarification, just for the data. Compensation study. Generally speaking, when we look at compensation status, we look at 3 areas. So beginning salary, after 10 years, and then end like highest paid. Would that be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My turn?
Yes, your turn.
Okay, my questions or reports, how are we notifying at each site about parent volunteers? Is that a website? Can you let us know in a Friday update how that information is being disseminated? And then how often or how regularly, consistently are our school site websites being updated? Because I think some of the questions that Trustee Dominguez Cervantes had earlier could easily be information that is on our school site websites. And I'm asking this intentionally because I do go to the websites in the little free time that I have, and I see that they're not very updated. So if a parent could go to the website and see this is the procedure to become a parent volunteer, then that would mitigate a lot of the confusion. All right. Board communications, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
I attended the Harborside Elementary School Community School opening, and then I believe most of us were there for the Vahari Jeffers 1-year anniversary celebration. That was great. Ken and I had a wonderful conversation. He's just great to speak with. I attended the 25th anniversary celebration of Casillas Elementary on Friday. Saw Dr. Reyes there. There was music, 32nd Street Naval Brass Band was there, booth, speakers, owls, hawks, you name it. And some of the Casillas family was there. That was nice to see them there to celebrate the anniversary. I also attended a Sandag workshop, and the reason I attended that because so many things are happening, and I believe what happens there sometimes is we have that so many things happening. It affects our children directly because it affects the parents. And nothing that for me to share, but just want to let you guys know that I do attend those. In case something is pertinent, I'll share that with you in an email, but not necessarily here at the board meeting. That's it.
Thank you so much. I also was delighted to be at the opening of Harborside Community School after doing Palomar in the last session. Thank you for pointing that out. I am so proud of both of our community schools. I was also very proud to go to the Fahari Jeffers 1 year and the Casillas 25 year as well. It was awesome to open up our sound station the other day. That was incredible, seeing our kids from Heading Camp really demonstrate skills that are going to be useful in the next century. It was just really impressive. I also, a couple weeks ago, I actually went to Sacramento with Equality California, and I was lobbying on behalf of LGBTQ youth, and I was bringing up issues from our district there, and that was really exciting. Today, I met with the San Diego County of Education. Wait, is it County of Education? Was it County Office of Education? Thank you. I met with their mental health folks, talking about the suicide prevention toolkit. That was an incredible conversation, and they are doing amazing work. And it is Suicide Prevention Month. That's the little ribbon that I'm wearing today. So if anybody needs help in that doesn't know, the County of SDCOE has a suicide prevention toolkit that's incredibly important, amazing work, and it's really helpful for saving lives. And finally, shout out to Clearview. I spent a week and a half chairing their book fair, and it was all my time, and it was the greatest experience ever, because a book fair is about seeing the excitement of kids getting really jazzed about books. We put books in tons of hands, almost $10,000 worth of material sold, and I'm very proud of the work that we did. Thank you to all the volunteers that helped me there. So taking a little moment of privilege to shout out Clearview's book fair. Thanks so much. Thank you to all the staff that are here still. We always appreciate your time. Thanks.
All right, I want to let people know that you can now set up office hour appointments with me through the district website using an Outlook app called Bookings. I want to thank Mr. Angelo for helping me set that up. I had a chance, of course, to attend both community schools openings as well as the 1 year for Fahari Jeffers. I attended the DAC-DLAC meeting, not the most recent one that happened yesterday, but the one on August 15th. The whole thing impressed me, but what really impressed me was that our cabinet sits with the leadership of both bodies, and to me, that lets them know that we really value parent voice and leadership. I also wanted to congratulate the district and Director Bruder on the opening of the sound station. I was unable to attend due to my health. And I wanted to lastly thank the United Way, specifically their VP of Community Impact, Alexis Avina, and their CEO, Nancy Sasaki. I went to Los Altos with them and helped them distribute backpacks. They distributed 1,400 backpacks across 8 schools in like 3 days. And so I just really wanted to thank them. It's their first opportunity to work with schools in the South Bay, and I hope that they continue to do that. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, I forgot to ask for one report.
You may.
Thank you. Dr. Reyes, if we can get a report around bonds, I know that the time is ticking where we need, if we were going to look at modernizing additional schools, we need to start exploring what a bond will look like. So if we can get a report on that, what would it look like? What would be the timeline? And what would the projects be for that bond?
Just put a clarification. So a bond for modernizing schools, or a bond similar to last one that might encompass more things, or?
I think it depends on the needs of the district, right? So you get together and tell me, is it just modernization or other needs based on our needs? Oscar will probably know better on what we need, and so bring back a proposal and let me know which one. If it's including building for TK, if it's building more bathrooms, you let me know.
And you're talking about 2024?
Yes.
No, I would second that.
Thank you.
So you want that as a
report Friday
update?
Friday
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Well, it's a Friday update, then we can.
Do you have anything else to report? Okay, like my colleagues, we said it was like a long time between the last board meeting. I had a lot of events, went to the Harborside Community Schools grand opening and was happy to see quite a few dignitaries from the city, from our state CTA, our president for California Teachers Association, who came to help us do the grand opening, to our community members. Jim Groth came and spoke about his experience. The Fahari Jeffers celebration, our sound station opening, and getting to see the Hedenkamp students walk us around and actually participate. And I know that some of our cabinet members did a podcast, I think I heard. And then Dr. Reyes and I got to celebrate our district teachers of the year, who moved on to the Cox Salute Teachers of the Year, and we celebrate them here for being our district teachers of the year. Dr. Reyes?
Well, first of all, I want to say to the board, thank you for your support and for your leadership. I'm truly grateful to have an amazing team sitting across from me, and with our teachers, with our classified. So we're very fortunate. One of the things that I keep saying, I've said it over and over, is that what distinguishes this district is the genuine care that every single employee, every single staff member has for doing the right thing, which is focusing on students. Now, even though the staff here works extremely hard every single day, everyone, to make sure that our kids are safe, our kids are provided the best resources and the best education possible, we're not done. And we know and we recognize that there's things that we need to continue to work on. So I just want to mention that we realize that we're working, our staff is working very, very hard every single day, and we'll continue to strive to ensure that our kids receive the education and the support and the resources that they deserve, as well as our teachers and our classified. Having said that, I want to thank everyone, and I want to, it seems like yesterday we were opening the school year. Now we're finishing Q1, and so I want to thank everyone, and I want to wish everyone safe and relaxing fall break, a well-deserved fall break.
I motion to adjourn.
Hold one moment, please. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District is scheduled on Wednesday, October 18th, 2023 at 4 p.m. closed session and 6 p.m. open session.
Move to adjourn.
There's already a motion in a
It was
second.
motioned and seconded.
was it?
All those in favor? Aye.